Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You are very welcome to this, the first Festival of Combat major for EU, Russia, and the Middle East. I am your host, as ever, the wonderful end of the line, and my very beautiful assistant, the stunning, the immaculate Dante. What the clock? What is up,
We
my
are
friend?
here.
We got here vaguely in one piece. There was some villains, some rogues along the way, but we got here. How are you keeping?
We are live. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Den underscore ER on twitch.tv for yet another tournament, like you said. EU, Russian, and wait, what's ME?
Middle East, the Middle
Middle
East,
Middle
my
East.
friend.
Okay, it's not me. It's Middle East.
No,
Okay,
no, no. It couldn't
um,
be you. It's never you, darling. Don't
not
worry.
this time at least. Anyways, we have tons of things to go over. We have 15 players because one dropped out, I believe.
I believe one dropped out, unfortunately. Couldn't make it on short notice, and unfortunately, we couldn't find. However, Gene Poole, the scoundrel, hot off his lucky strikes in the last tournament, gets a bye. I'll let everyone else fight over it. I will let everyone else, but we will go over the bracket. But what we will do, we will go straight into the rule set, ladies and gentlemen. And I think Dante, you might have some questions about it. So we are, of course, here in the beautiful Stormvale Castle on this gorgeous summer day. The rune level is, of course, 125. These are going to be best of threes. The finals and semis are best of fives. You are not allowed to swap characters between matches. It just takes too long, and you're locked into a build. I think for a certain set, I think that's pretty reasonable. I think that's par of the course at this stage. Obviously, no third-party tools or macros are permitted. Sorry for all those macro enjoyers and terrible, terrible script enjoyers. Not allowed. You will be out. That would be the door with a lot of you. Poise is, of course, limited to 99 for certain setups, which we will get into shortly, ladies and gentlemen. And now, a new rule, and everyone take note. All players, please perk up your ears for this one. Player disconnects. It will be a round loss for that player, unless said player is not at a considerable health advantage. There's been some kerfuffles. There's been some murmurings. This is the ruling
That
we've
sounds a
decided.
little bit subjective, so maybe clarify. I mean, it's got to be
Clarify.
pretty substantial, right?
It will be substantial, and it will be at the TO's discretion as to who will win the round ultimately. It just makes the system a little less gameable. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, PC is, I believe the technical term is cursed with disconnects, and the 2-minute timer will hopefully not claim another today. Let's not jinx it.
We
Please
might
do not
consider
jinx it.
PC the evil, cursed one.
Always has been. But then for the general bands, the Crimson Crystal Tears band, Crimson Burst Crystal Tears band, the Leaden Hard Tear, Magic, Flame, Lightning, Holy Shrouded Tears band, the Thorny Cracked Tear, that's a mouthful, has been banned, the Winged Crystal Tear, Windy Crystal Tear, the Crimson Whirl Bubble Tear, and the Corellium Hidden Tear. All of these are not permitted. You are not allowed to use them during a match. Consumables. Imagine a rune arc being banned. Outrageous. I know. No gamer health crutch for anyone involved. Everyone cried. The HP recovering consumables are of course banned. Same with your flask. You're not allowed to use it. Flask Brilliant Tears limited to 7, so 7 blues. I think that both players are in here now are red, so that shouldn't be an issue. The Blanchen's Blessing is banned, and the Holy Proof Dried Liver is still bugged, so is banned. As for
And what's
talismans,
the bug on that?
the bug is that it gives more absorption than it should. So one of the major
Perfect.
issue, yeah, exactly. It just poor the poor unfortunate holy builds. Moment of silence,
That's my build,
please.
of course.
Crucible Feather Talisman is banned, and the Alexander and Warrior Jar Shards are banned because they just give extra damage for either weapon arts or consumables. I think that's fair that they wouldn't be. The damage output in this game is more than enough as is without any help. Ashes of War, controversial. This next one, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Bloodhound Step is gone. I'm sorry. I'm
I,
sorry.
we had to do it. We had, how long were the meetings for this?
Uh,
I mean, we had
we
meeting for
we
hours.
we more or less came to blows over it, I think, at one stage. But we all kiss and made up at the end of it.
Eh, Sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and this was a tough one.
Royal Knight's resolve and determination. There is no determination allowed in this tournament. You have to take it easy, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Seppuku while part of a power stance. Not allowed. Thank God. Thank you. Thank you, ER PvP
So you can
admins.
use that if it's single weapon.
If it's on a single weapon, of course, but things can get a smidgen silly, Dante.
And you
Just a
say,
little bit. Just
I've never seen anything silly in this game. It's been perfect. Perfect.
Glintstone Pebble on a magic or cold affinity weapon. So
Can you
you can
explain
use.
that one a little bit more?
So the idea is that the extra damage that you get off the int scaling from Glintstone Pebble on either of those weapons would make Glintstone Pebble more or less one shot, or almost if you get the full thing off. So it doesn't do
That's
the same amount of damage if you're not on that, if you're not on either of those builds, because you don't have the int scaling.
okay.
So yeah, it kind of balances it out a little bit. Still strong. You can still use it on certain things, but ultimately, yeah, on those and where it would do the most amount of damage, it is no longer permitted. Spells. All HP healing incantations. Gone. I have had some fun on the ladder watching people run away and heal. It was an exceptionally good feeling. Made me feel very, warm and fuzzy inside. And now that's no longer a possibility.
Ah,
So that's now out. I know, heartbreaking for all involved. And Barrier of
yeah.
Gold. Not sure on that.
Is that just too strong against certain builds? Is that the
Probably,
deal?
I would imagine that would be generally the thing. I would trust the testers in ERPVP have their full knowledge as to why that would be banned. I would imagine, yeah, that would be most likely it. Something's not working, perhaps as too better than it should, I would imagine. And
So
now,
the
yeah, go on.
the one thing about the HP healing is you can't do any incantations or any items that use it, except you can use the crystal tier that does the HP
Yes,
regen.
you can. Not the regen one, to the best of my knowledge. I think that form of regen is banned, if I recall correctly.
I have a trouble remembering the names because they're all
There's a few of them. There's a handful of them.
similar, and
To the best of my understanding, it is banned under the ladder rule set. The only
but
form
you're
of
able to use the
regen.
one that gives you the death health or whatever that is.
Yes,
That
exactly. It's kind of like
okay.
second chance or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are still allowed that. I think if anything that allows some fights to go on a little bit longer is probably a good idea. Still think
Now,
that's pretty
I
good. Yeah.
personally like the regen of healing taken away because we
Yeah.
saw in the last tournament. I think it was the
Mm.
winner. Now he probably would have won anyway. Let's like not kid
Luber
ourselves,
is.
but he did end up winning a match because of some sort of regen somewhere, and
Yes, the Royal
that was
Knights
pretty crazy.
Resolve. The Royal Knights Resolve set with the, I believe it's the blue feather. I can't remember the exact name of it. That stacked with that can be very strong, especially when it comes to last hit. It's interesting. It can lead to some incredibly tense matches, though, which that was probably one of the highlights of that tourney for me, because that was a nail biter come to end. But we will crack on very quickly, running through the rule set. Main hand, one hand, and two-handed colossal swords. The max poise is 49. Bull Goat and Spear Talisman are banned. Ashes of War, but that are banned on it are Storm Stomp, and Quick Step. And the weapon is the Great Sword, the Ultra Great Sword. Has
Colossal,
been
from what
banned.
I heard.
It's the colossal one. Yeah, it's huge, huge damage, colossal damage, one might say. And then, of course, Power Stance Spears, same, 49 poise. Talisman, you're not allowed the Spear Talisman. Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, Glintstone Pebble, and Quick Step are not permitted on that. On those setups, weapons, all except Short Spear. All of them are banned. Apparently, you can only have the Short Spear. Interesting. Cold, Blood, and Poison Affinity are not permitted on that either. And then Power Stance Great Spears, same. Max Poise is 49. Claw and Spear Talisman are banned because those jumping attacks hurt. And obviously, counter hits are a pain in the. Yes. Moving
Arse.
on. Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, Glintstone Pebble, Quick Step, and Chilling Mist. And of course, a pair of Vikes is not allowed. thankfully. I still have PTSD from early on in the ladder, my friend. It was. Whew. Moving on. Moving on. Power Stance Straight Swords, Max Poise is course 65, Ash of War, Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, Glintstone, Pebble. All very strong Ashes of War and an already quite strong setup. Gucci. I think we're all on the same page in that one. The only restriction for Moonveil is 65 Poise. For Halberds, the Ash of War, which is banned, is Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, and Glintstone Pebble. Two-handed thrusting swords cannot have Quick Step because skittering around the place like a crab and going poke, poke, poke is not quite what we came here to watch. But you know what? Guess some people will have to take that back to Mag for that one. And then the Carrion Slicer, when slotted, Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp, and Glintstone Pebble, and Quick Step are not permitted. And Lusat's Azure Glintstone Staff, that is a mouthful, is not permitted in that one because it buffs Slicer, or it buffs the sword magic in general. So that's out. Bestial Sling, Azure Glintstone Staff with 2 seals. So I think we discussed this just before we went live. The Azure improves the casting speed, and the 2
Yes.
seals can lead to some
Yeah,
shenanigans.
I find some of these rules a little interesting. I mean, especially that there's a lot of banning specific things for specific things,
Yes.
which I understand to a degree, but then why not just ban it outright? I guess maybe there's other things that it doesn't work as well for. But some of these are really strong, like Flaming Strike, Storm Stomp. They're
Yes.
always strong, I feel, but maybe not as strong. Or
They're definitely not as strong on specific setups. So, like, when a Flame Strike isn't using a particularly long weapon, it's not quite as useful. It isn't nerfed per se, but it loses some of that utility and some of the danger, considering they're not guaranteed to get that second hit out of it. It is still good as a get off me button. It's much the same as Storm Stomp, but it definitely loses a little bit of the utility. We may see Dagger come out with Flame Strike later on. I recall I believe it was Brenna's Castle in the Sky tourney, wherein Flame Strike was used an awful lot on daggers to go up against Uggs. However, with the new rule set with Uggs, that might not be necessary. So, again, we'll be seeing some interesting things. I'm curious to see what the high-level players are able to make out of this rule set. And honestly, it's going to be super exciting. However, there's one more thing.
I do think
Carry on.
one thing that's interesting is that they always say that necessity is the mother of invention, right? So if you make people and limit them, they will try to find the best thing in the limited rule set, which I always find interesting. It's having other tournaments which is like ultra only or whatever will make people try to create some other way of playing in order to prevail. And I find it interesting here some of the things that are taken away because of the obvious power they have and have been having to try to maybe see a little bit better play rather than just the weapon or items you're using.
Well, think of it like this. So in one of the more recent tourneys, just as a quick aside, I'd never seen Golden Land used before. Never seen it before.
Yeah.
Until some genius, some scientist out there, evil, discovered that it was quite useful to have in an ultra. We would have never seen it. So it is interesting changing things up, forcing people to use other setups that might not be optimal out in the wild, but in a restrictive rule set can be found to have a use. And it's been really interesting to see. So yeah, I think we will definitely
tell people to experiment. That's
that's
the way we plan these things.
The last thing, just before we catch on, before we crack on with the next match, ladies and gentlemen, we have, of course, the shield bans. You're not allowed to use shield grease. You cannot use the Great Shield Talisman. Ashes of War that are banned are the offhand shield bash and crash and the main hand buff. Because it's bugged, I think it leads to the effect going on to the shield, which is magnificent. As intended,
Bizarre.
I believe.
Bizarre oversights that they don't fix, and I don't know.
We'll see. They still have a little bit to go. We'll figure it out. Fingerprint Stone Shield is of course banned. It's just a little bit too strong. Icon Shield is not permitted. Scholar Shield is not permitted, and Shield Poke with medium or great shields is banned. And just as a note for banned content, equipping them will be treated as intended use. Accidental use will be treated as intended. So if you use a banned weapon, you will lose round because of it. That is the unfortunate reality of it. We cannot make exceptions. It's the unfortunate reality of it, unfortunately. And
We have to be
requests.
pretty harsh
Mhm.
on some of these things. Otherwise, nothing will get done, and everyone will be like, "Well, what do we do?" No, you have to, in order to make things timely, you have to chop it down like a guillotine. It has to be one strike. Just so I hope you guys understand that.
Yeah, and again, it can be frustrating for players. It's a kind of, oh, what have I just done moment. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, that's just the nature of the beast. You got to crack on with it. But speaking of cracking on, Dante, I think we're pretty much ready to see our first match.
Are we
Pretty
here? Are
much.
we ready?
We
Is it
are on
Riptide
the
versus Steel Dash?
It is Riptide versus Steel Dash, and I believe it will be Riptide on the left, so on the far corner, and it will be Steel Dash closest to our
Correct.
hearts forever. And
And
I
just as a
think
side for everyone else, that's how it's going to be for the whole bracket. If you follow along on challenge.com/FOCMJREU, if you follow along on that on the challenge, the top name will always be far left. The bottom name will always be close right. So,
fantastic. Dante, do you want to give a countdown so our
oh,
wonderful
you better
patient
believe I
contestants
do.
take it
You
away,
better
Dante?
believe I do. Are we ready? Are we in?
I'm
All
set and
right, let's
ready
do it.
here.
3, 2, 1, live.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The fireball goes out. Both players are going to take we
The
see the
punish.
Flask punished right off the bat, but he does manage to get it. Out comes Slicer here. They're both fighting for
Ooh.
center now at the moment. Dual straight swords on the side of Riptide. I've had the pleasure of fighting Riptide, and I have to say it's quite nasty. Manages to get the bleed, I believe, on it. No, it's Trina's.
Ooh.
Managed 1,000 damage on those two L1s. Oh my god, they're in trouble here as Riptide is going to put on the pressure. We're seeing a little bit of corner pressure here. Both of them are very low. Manages to face it.
Wow.
Riptide gets the trade. And poor old
They
Steel Dash is put away.
I I gotta say, Steel Dash had the right idea in the beginning,
Hmm.
getting that damage in early, getting the
Yep.
few hits, and then at the end it was like their game plan didn't work out getting the hits in. I think, and I could be wrong, it looked like maybe there was a little bit of latency that they got to get used to.
Hmm.
Um, because some of them looked like trades that maybe didn't happen, and Steel Dash maybe wasn't used to that. So we'll see if they can make it a little bit different for the next match.
It usually takes maybe a round. I always find in these lightning rounds, these early on in the bracket, you have that one round where you're just kind of, okay, well, how does this person act? Are they incredibly aggressive? Do I have to play it slightly more passively, push back, or are they going to
Yeah,
be aggressive right off the bat?
it's a
And as we see,
calibration.
exactly. And that one round, it's kind of hard to tell. Again, with the time to kill being as fast as it is, it,
Yeah,
it can be a little bit, yeah.
that's what's rough. But what's cool is that we are in double elimination, right? So we do
Yes,
have a
exactly.
losers bracket, and which allows, which I always loved because in my unless you're doing like a best of 7 or 5 or whatever,
Mm.
usually a lot of times anyone can lose a match
Yeah.
because oh I didn't see that, or like even some dumb gimmick hits, like I've never seen that, who the hell uses that, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it's like, so it can happen to anyone can lose a match, like straight up. But when you have a double elimination, then you really see, okay, who's actually
Yep.
a little bit better. Like it helps weed out who's actually better at playing. So I'm curious to see how this is going to affect things. And by the way, I can't remember if you mentioned it, but best 3 out of 5 for all matches except for the
Yes.
semifinals and finals.
Hmm.
What about the losers finals? Is that
Losers
3 out of 5?
finals will. Ooh. I will get back. I'll ask our TOs behind the
Okay.
scenes about that one later on, but we will get back to you on that one, ladies and gentlemen. But I believe we have our contestants ready, and I believe I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I have
Yeah.
that strange feeling.
I'm
Dante, are you
excited. Let's
ready?
Oh, absolutely.
And
I
well,
guess we're
apparently
going.
we're going then. Let's go. Okay. There we have it. We have the punish right off the bat here again. Steel Dash is, of course, going to get that punish. Out comes the Giant Blade here for the
Oh,
more damage
the
coming in.
moon?
Literally shoots the moon. We're going for the moon here, ladies and gentlemen. Both players are back in center now, going for the bit of blue there. Not
Didn't get
punish
a
there on the
punish.
side of no punish for it there on the side of Riptide. Riptide's going to regret it. Running attack is whiffed. Out comes the Moonblade. Doesn't manage to get anything out of it. Back into the corner though, but that oil one is definitely going to hit hard as both players are going to try and find it. Tries to set up for the katana weapon art there, but it doesn't manage to land. Riptide is keeping that pressure and manages to roll it. And I believe Steel Dash is poisoned. Second chance is now popped, and we have our players in the corner.
Oh, the
Ooh,
pressure
the
here. Oh
pressure!
my.
Never mind. Blink and you'll miss it,
Just
ladies and gentlemen.
stuck him
Let
in
us
the
say.
corner, blasted him out. I found it interesting because it looked like, and I could be wrong, it looked like Steel Dash was trying to go for the either crouch or roll attack sort of swap to Ash of War attack because they look similar. It didn't end up working, which was really good by Riptide to be able to dodge all that
Yep.
and then just corner him and just obliterate the health. So that
Yep.
was really good by Riptide, I gotta say.
Keeping that degree of aggression all the way through, like, honest to goodness, I don't know how he did it. Like, that's
That's the way you got to do it, especially in certain matchups. If you let a lot of time, it depends on the players, obviously, but if you let someone else dictate the match, you're gonna be on the back foot. You know, they don't exactly have the range with the double straight sword, so that
it
was the
can
way
be,
to play,
yeah.
man.
But that constant risk of getting clipped by something rolling too early, that we're all tempted to panic at times. Just a
Absolutely.
smidgen. Just a smidgen. But at the end of the day, like, to keep on him, to keep that really aggressive posturing all the way through, I commendable. And Riptide definitely earned that 2-0 win against Steel Dash in that first round. And of course, Riptide will be facing off against Gene Pool in the next round. And now we are waiting on Stilovsky, our
Yeah,
wonderful streamer friend, and Two
I
Stock. But carry
another
on.
steal. This
Another
is the
steal.
double steal right here. But I don't know. I like seeing what people can do with aggression and not your. I mean, even though double straight swords is one of the parts of the meta, it's not Uggs poke, right? It's it's not some of the other things that I feel like we've seen so often, and it was. I think the pressure was just beautifully done, and
Yeah.
it's all also they didn't really get hit by things aside from sort of the beginning punish.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I got to give Riptide some credit there, and let's see if they can continue that aggression because I love the aggression.
I'm concerned at the degree how much you enjoy your aggression, Dante. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for this round, the second set of the first round. We have Stilovsky in the far corner and Two Stock closest to us here. Dante, give us a countdown.
3, 2, 1, live.
And there we
Let's do it.
go. And the fireball is out. Both of our players are going to go for the flask. How generous of them. We do not see Stolovsky with his frisbee hat. I'm actually disappointed in this one right now. I feel a little bit betrayed. However, he does come in for the
That
running
was interesting.
R2. Yeah, goes for it straight. Out comes the Storm Stomp. Out comes another Storm Stomp.
Quick step.
Out comes another Storm Stomp. Where's I think we're seeing a
Wow.
trend here, and out it comes again as I believe
This is bizarre.
this is
Why is this working? I don't. Okay. I'm not trying to be mean, but Two Stock, what are you doing?
we do be occasionally make this is the first round. We occasionally make boo boos. Was that
Uh,
quick step on
that was quick step on a looked
thrusting
like a S stock
sword?
or some sort of thrusting. I'm a little confused. I'll be honest. You get hit by something once, you're like, oh okay. Twice, you're like,
Yeah,
ah. But
yeah.
that was like 7 times.
You know,
I don't know what to say, man. Maybe his timing was off on the quick step. I'm not really sure. That was a little weird. Again, I'm not gonna pretend like I know every nuance of this game, but at some point, your game plan, if it's not working, you gotta get out of there.
yeah. Apparently, we have just checked with our TOs behind the scene. Two stock is permitted to have quick step, just not on the quick step is only not permitted on that when it's two-handed. The more you know, ladies and gentlemen. But that's yeah, quick step. You can quick step out of. You can generally quick step out of Storm Stomp, so they can't actually hit you. I believe they may have changed it since, or
Is
I
that
might be
like
uninformed.
you have to do it like basically after you see the wind, or like how late
So
do you
you
have to
get
do
hit by
it?
it, and I believe you can quick step out then, and I believe sometimes you don't get caught.
Okay,
I'm
I
not
see.
sure how consistent it is. How I definitely ask in chat if anyone knows for sure, because that'd be an interesting one, because that is a counter to Storm Stomp to a degree. You get hit by the Storm Stomp, you get that small little bit of chip damage, and then you skitter away with your tail between your legs after getting hit by it. So that
Yeah.
is a method of getting out of it.
I mean, Storm Stomp is banned by a bunch of weapons.
Yes, it
Not
is.
by
It is.
everything. I actually didn't realize what weapon they were using Storm Stomp.
I believe they're using a two-handed. They're using a great thrusting sword, so a
Okay.
large thrusting sword, which it is permitted on. And honestly, it's quite an interesting one. I find Storm Stomp really hard to work around personally. That's just my own personal taste. I think it's
Yeah.
incredibly oppressive in a rule set, but it's interesting to allow weapons that don't usually have
Yeah.
that really strong stuff, access to it to see what they're able to make out of it. But
What's the
remains to be
stamina
seen.
damage on blocking Storm Stomp?
I believe that's one of the answers. I believe that's one of the answers, honestly.
Oh, okay.
You block it and then you're fine. Shields are the counter to most things in this game. But, ladies and gentlemen, enough of our gibberish. Not that you would ever do gibberish, Dante, I promise.
Only aggression.
Will you give us the countdown, Dante?
All
Please
right,
and thank you,
3,
darling.
2, 1, live.
There we go. We have a live one chat. Out comes the explosion. Both players are going to go for center here, both going for their buff. It seems both of them have their second chance here. And they
What is
are
their other
going to
tier?
the other tier, it's kind of hard to tell here from this distance, unfortunately. We may have to pick their brains afterwards to figure out what it is they're using. And out comes the quick stock again. We have the Halbert out here. The Cry comes out, punishes the aggression here on two stock, who
Ooh.
is going to get bleed out Steel of Sky, Steel of Sky,
He's also
Stilovsky.
frosted though, right?
He is frosted, and
Is
he
he
didn't
taking
manage.
extra damage now and everything?
He is indeed, which is part of the play. And out it comes here. Steel is in a spot
Oh, he
of
swapped
bother.
something.
Something has swapped. Steel is one of those players who is incredibly quick in the menu. So I'd be kind of curious as to what shenanigans he's going to pull out here to deal
Ooh.
with two stocks aggression, as he definitely rolls that last one.
That quick step work right there. That was really nice.
He manages to get out there. We're seeing this. They're going back and forth. Steel is really
He-
patiently trying to find his way in here.
Oh
And
no! He was
that
looking
would
for
be a
the
GC.
trade because that's all he wanted. Because that's all he needed. It might have been a double kill because he probably switched to the talisman that does more damage at low
Yeah.
health.
And I believe both players there were on incredibly low health, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I mean, two stock was absolutely one hit left from winning, but he could have been one hit from dying as well, depending on the
Yeah.
damage.
We
Oh
will.
my
Oh,
god.
that's a rough one, honest to goodness.
I would
Yeah.
say do it over. I ask Stielovsky if it was fair to do it over. I would say that one because it was either going to be a tie or two stock, would get one hit.
Didn't have tears proc. We are looking here at our
Oh, he didn't have it.
staff.
Okay.
Didn't have tears procced.
So we give him another
Oof.
chance then.
I think a redo. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the 2-minute timer
Ugh.
claims another.
That was 2 minutes? That didn't seem like 2 minutes.
They might. You see that it could be when both players in world.
Oh,
Honest to
I see.
goodness.
I see.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
exactly. And again, it's just that was so close. These
The
clutch
curse.
matches. These
Damn,
clutch
man.
matches thrown away. And yeah, welcome to PC, Dante.
If only like if they had some sort of thing where you can just damage each player to the
Mm,
same amount, and then you're like, all right, go start from where you were.
mm.
Um,
Unfortunately, not. We do not have the
yeah.
technology, ladies and
They
gentlemen.
do that in the UFC, which is interesting. Is
Yeah. Wait, really? No.
Yeah, if there's a downed opponent and the guy has position on him, if
Mhm.
let's say they have to get a cut clean out of their eye because that
Yeah.
you can't have blood in your eye, they put him back in the position they were at.
Huh. Interesting. A do-over. That's interesting. But either way, that was such a close match there, and
Man,
Steel.
I mean, I'd have to say two stock. I don't know. It didn't seem like they played too differently, but they
Mm.
ended up having one hit left. So I'm not. I mean, man, I didn't see too much different. I guess they just must have hit them more.
Yeah, it could be just that they got the timing right. And again, when we adjust with latency, again, I'm not sure where Two Stock is from. I know Steel is Polish, if I recall correctly, although I'm not sure where he's living right now. So it wouldn't shock me if there may be a small bit of latency between them and both of them trying to adjust. Again, a first round is just a test round. You try and figure out what's what.
Uh,
But, ladies and gentlemen, the players have returned to us. Hopefully.
all right, let's do it.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I believe we're here. 3, 2, 1, live.
Out comes the bomb here, ladies and gentlemen. Both players are going to drink the flask yet again. Out comes the bomb. Misses with the frost
Misses.
bomb.
So is that an instant frost? Like, what's the deal with that?
Unless they put on the talisman, to the best of my understanding, or have really high resistance armor, it does almost instant proc. Both players here are trying to. Oh, we get the
Was that a
poise break
headshot?
with the dagger. It
Oh
was
no.
either a
Okay.
poise break or it was a headshot. Both players are now trying to
Ooh,
soften each other up so they can get the break.
and
Out
the
comes the
storm
great
stomp.
thrusting. So yeah, we're gonna see. I think we found the
Oh
answer,
no!
ladies
Don't
and
do it
gents.
again.
We're seeing it again as he
Oh.
goes for the thrusting steel. Not willing to play around
Oh man,
this set.
that was massive damage. I mean, his health wilted quick after that. Oh, whew.
Oh my word.
So Stilovsky moves on. Two stock. I would like to have said Two Stock would have won that second match. Obviously, it's unfortunate that this game has issues. But Stilovsky won that fairly confidently.
And I
So
think both players ultimately were over the moon, I think, at that stage, given how close it was for the reset there as well. But the 2-0, very nearly dropping around to two stock there, but managed to get through. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Space Ranger is not a Space Ranger and Provocateur are unfortunately not going to be able to make it until later on in the set. So we're going to move straight on to Yuzu and Gnomi for this next round, ladies and gentlemen. And we will return to Space Ranger and Provocateur later on in the set, probably last one in the set.
I like it.
And yeah, I've had the pleasure of fighting Space Ranger. Their Uggs is scary.
What
I've
about it scary? Or do they just understand pressure and spacing, or like what's the
They have
deal?
solid pressure. They're pretty adaptable with it as well. Now, I haven't fought them under the current rule set, so that's going to be pretty interesting. So that's going to be an interesting one as it moves on. So yeah, but we'll figure that one out as we get to it. But as for the other two here, Yuzu is of course a veteran Souls player. I met them in 3. Lovely fellow. And Nomi, I'm not so familiar with. So I'm curious as to how this next round is going to go. So yeah, it should be an interesting one. But that last match, seen the power ultimately, I think, of how Storm Stomp can very easily shut down pressure, which was
What
quite
goes through
interesting.
Storm Stomp?
On the current rule set, I'm not sure. Certain hyper armor, I believe, can get through it, but under this rule set, I'm not sure if there's very much that can. So if memory serves, Nomi is of course going to be the closest here, and Yuzu's going to be the furthest as we're going to crack on, ladies and gentlemen, with this next round, Dante. Should be
People are
ever
saying
so
Giant
beautiful.
Hunt and Warcry can go
That
through.
sounds about
And
right, now that I think of
Endure,
it.
but Endure's banned, isn't it?
No endures allowed.
Oh no, Determination. Determination's
Yeah.
banned. Okay.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we will crack on with this next round. Dante, will you give us the shout?
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, live. There we go.
Bomb
Fireball
is
of
out.
destruction.
And there we have both players are going to go for it. We seem to see Nomi on double whip and Yuzu on double coded.
Oh,
So this is
interesting whips.
yeah. I'm not sure.
Crouch whip.
I wouldn't have thought we'd seen much whip now, to be honest with you. It was
I'm
just
assuming they have an effect on them. Something.
I know the Rumi has a really solid like charged R2 that you can catch people out. It's double whip is not a setup I've gone for. I am a pretty big fan of the oh my god, that was a lot of damage there from the coated. As both players are taking center here. Out comes the
Oh, my
fireball
spell.
and he
That's my
lands it.
spell.
Oh,
Oh,
they did it just
when
for you and Yuzu. Puts
yes.
Nomi away. Oh,
I like it. Yuzu, bringing out that spell, which will throw people off, especially if you slow cast it, you fast cast it, you alternate between casts. But if you only do one, you have no idea if it's going to be fast or slow. And you just, people don't see that often, so it's hard to get around that. Now, if
hmm.
they use that as a crutch, obviously people get used to it and they'll blow through it. But like that in a weird timing, weird way of using it, it worked. And I
When do you
love it.
yeah, when do you find that it's the most effective? Like give me an example of a situation where you found some really good utility out of it.
There's actually a lot because it's short and long range. So if someone is
Mhm.
pressuring you, and unless they have like things that out damage you, like clearly, like if you have the
Mhm.
right stats for it, you can
Mhm.
do 600 plus on a non-charged fireball, and that's just non-charged and
Mhm.
maybe not even as optimal. And
Yeah.
because of the AoE, it knocks people over. They get knocked over. You get the reset. You get to either, drink something. You get to throw another fireball. They will try
Yeah.
to roll away, do something. And if they're far away, unless they have fast spells, you can throw it far away, and it has again a pretty awesome AoE and does a lot of damage.
Mm.
But it makes you allowed to dictate the match, make them do what they want, unless they have obvious counters or they know what you're doing. Then it's a little bit easier to know. But other than
Yeah.
that, it can be quite annoying if you don't know exactly what to do with it.
I've found fighting against it, like you kind of want to keep them at a mid range so that then when they try to go for the second one, you can kind of pressure them from there. Is the thing that I find. But you'll see that Yuzu kind of pulled it out there at the very end
It was
while
a
being aggressed.
yeah, it was a really weird. It would the way they did it was that their opponent Nomi never saw it before. That's
Yeah.
how it looked like to me. They're like, "What the hell is this?" Because their timing of rolling it was off. Obviously, they got hit. So that it only worked because it was sort of a gimmick, but it wouldn't work otherwise. It is cool though, setting that up because there are ways to set that up. And they had a straight sword in the right hand; they casted with their left hand,
Hmm.
so they have the ability that even if they roll through it, they can do an R1
Yeah.
or they can roll do an R1. Um,
Which
so you
even against the crowd, even against the rolling attack then off the whip, you still at least have you can still like probably not going to stagger you, right? So you
yeah,
still have that option
exactly.
to keep on the pressure after. Interesting.
Like you probably don't want to do that with the colossal. Like that's
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now. The score is of course 1-0 to Yuzu. Both players are ready. Dante, if you'd be ever so
three,
kind.
2, 1, live.
And let's go. The explosion is in the process of exploding, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are going to go for their physic. And we see the daggers come out here to try and guarantee a poise break here. Yuzu, not poise
Oh,
broken by that, manages to roll the rolling. I think he's perhaps one more poise hit away from. Nope, he
ooh,
managed to
nice.
broke his poise. So he managed to reset his poise there with the ghost hit on the whip.
Oh,
Out
so
comes
is it ice?
it seems to be an ice whip. Interesting. Out comes the explosion again. Not you fool him once, you're not gonna fool him again with the music, I'm afraid.
uh,
Doesn't manage to catch him with the cry there. It was interesting. That was a close one. I'd imagine he's close to being poise broken now. Jumping comes out, nothing to come from it. And here we see the
nice.
crouch.
Ooh,
Oh,
I
he
like the
catches him with
jump.
the R2.
Oh man, the jump stagger R1 or R2. I really like.
It's a really nice way of like pressuring them because I have
Oh,
to respect it either side because if they roll, they can be roll caught if he keeps up the pressure after the fact. But if they don't, ooh, managed to get knocked out of the sky there. And he's
Oh
put
my
away.
god. That range on the double straight sword is pretty crazy, I gotta say. Because
It
that on what I saw shouldn't have hit. That was
it
crazy.
was on the very edge of the hitbox. That was like a couple of frames either side there would have
Man.
saved or lost. Like,
And that's damage too. That
oof,
was like what, 600 damage? Whew.
600 damage coded hits like a truck, my friend. I'll be expecting that we'll see a whole lot more of those as we go
Yeah.
further along the tourney. It's definitely one of the stronger setups under the current rule set. So I'm going to be interested to see if people find better answers. Again, not having Storm Stomp, not having access to some of the strong, not having access
Yeah.
to any Ash of War, bar
Yeah.
the one you're kind of the one you were given, is kind of
Which is not
unfortunate.
great.
Which is, it's a little bit. I believe the term is limiting. I think that's the
Yeah,
technical
the
term.
problem is it's too slow. It actually has quite a bit of damage in range. It's just
Mhm.
you see it a mile away and you can't. I don't know why it's called unblockable blade when there's already another unblockable. I don't get that. Which is completely different. So the Cypherpoda has unblockable
Mhm.
blade, which is a stab, and then
Okay.
that coated sword has unblockable blade, which is like the slash thing.
Are you saying that there's false advertising in the video game? Or are you saying
It's
that there's a
weird. I don't
controversy?
get it. I
It
don't
could be that
understand.
they've named it after a property, or maybe there's a mistranslation, perhaps. I'd be curious as to what the reason behind that is.
It is
Huh.
weird. And by the way, the only reason I know this is because those are literally the only two weapons I've used.
Dante
Because
on a
I'm
faith
a
belt.
holy scrub, if you will. uh,
Oh, the Meta Lord himself, Dante.
no, that's
Outrageous. You
right.
heard it
Well,
here
meta
first,
breaking
ladies and
actually,
gentlemen.
meta breaking.
I see, I see. Yeah, and
I'm
you're using
curious
them
how
because they
much.
look cool, is it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I make them look cool. Everyone else, they don't know what they're doing. But I'm curious how much holy stat he has on
Hmm.
his character or faith stat.
Yeah,
Because
for
I
sure.
mean, is he going for max damage on those swords, or is it is it
You
best suited elsewhere?
you have an awful lot of flexibility. You have an awful lot of flexibility with your builds when you don't have to reach the poise limit. The only thing is if you're using other things in your inventory. So straight swords, I believe, and I'm not checking this live, I remember this 110%. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. The poise limit on power stance straight swords is 65. So if you're
Okay,
only going to be using a dual straight sword, you only need that poise limit. And that means you need less of an endurance.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly. So it frees up more stats. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a very high
yeah.
faith use
Well, I
going
mean,
on there.
what's the average? What's the average endurance people
Ooh.
use? You think?
One of the numbers that generally anywhere between 25 and 33 is usually what I see. Mostly because they want the very high poise armor, because it's again you want to if not max it out, they get close enough, and kind
Yeah,
of like have yourself set up then for all your weapons in your inventory with that in mind. So generally that's how much I run, but we have of course moved on to the very next round, Dante,
so that this is
between
Alsco.
Bosco versus Greed Sama. Greed is of course on the near side. Bosco is on the far. Dante, will you give us the shout
All
down?
right, let's see who can get slorpy sloppy with it. All right, 3, 2, 1, live.
There we have it, folks.
Oh, oh, that's
The
close.
bomb goes
Woo!
out. That was a near miss, I think, on the side there. As out comes the Gravity fans here. Out
Oh,
come both of them going for the large
that's
Glintstone scraps. Out it comes Storm Stomp is going
oh.
to hit on that one. Both players were mirroring each other. Out comes the heavy thrusting sword there, on I believe
Oh,
on the side
using
of
the environment. Very smart.
and those pillars are no joke, Dante. They can cause all sorts of trouble. The jump comes out. He doesn't manage to land the jumping attack. As another Storm Stomp comes out, we're seeing a trend here, ladies and
Nice.
gentlemen, as the Storm Stomp comes out once again.
Oh,
Out comes the jumping attack. Goes to the
that's
trade.
1,500
Balso's winning these
damage.
trades. He's winning these
Oh, the
trades.
swipe.
1,000 damage!
What is the damage on that? This guy has a huge cleaver, and he's doing like 300 damage. And he comes out and swipes with a thrusting sword, a sword that is not dangerous swiping with, only dangerous poking.
I'll get into an argument about that later, but carry as you were.
Well, it's not
The
sharp on the sides, right?
Oh, it is, yeah, it would be.
It is? Okay, I
Well, if it
apologize.
is the one I think it is, yeah, maybe, you know.
That
But
was crazy
we'll put
damage. It's crazy.
there was a 1,000 damage combo done there. What on earth? How?
And
I
he's
need
doing
to see
about
this guy's
500
build.
damage per hit.
At
Um,
least.
yeah, right in the middle, he did 1,500 damage in 3 hits when he was doing Storm Stomp. I think after the Storm Stomp. It was crazy. Meanwhile, he got the Storm Stomp and the hit with that
Yeah.
cleaver, and that only did 300.
Three, four,
Like,
three, maybe 3,500. Not 3,500. Sorry, excuse me. Let me try that again. 3,500 damage, maybe, or was it
yeah.
closer to maybe 4? Like the amount of damage that was done. I'm lost for words. I think maybe the cleaver might not have been the play on the side of Greed Sama here, unfortunately.
The thing is, the
Um,
way he's playing, he can use anything with that weapon, right? I mean,
yeah.
or a weapon fast enough to get the combo.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what the strongest weapon is in that specific category, because that's where he got most of his hits, was the Storm Stomp
The Storm
into.
Stomp into the hit, yeah, but he didn't get
Yeah.
out. And keep in mind as well, he was losing most of those trades as well. So it's like that's
Yeah,
yeah, maybe
which is
Storm Stomp
insane.
isn't the play. Maybe Storm Stomp in this situation is not the play. Maybe
If
to
he was
have it
going
in your
against
back.
two stock, if he's going against two stock, I don't know. It
Different
might have been.
story. Different story. And here we have both of our players have returned to the arena, though, ladies and gentlemen. Dante, give us
3,
the show.
2, 1, live.
And there we go. The explodey thing has
Boom.
gone out, ladies and gentlemen. Hits the ground. Both players are going to go for their buffs. Both players are going to, maybe not intentionally, let the other buff. Out comes the cleaver here. It is going to
I
do
like the jump.
damage. The jump is
Oh,
fair.
the parry
The
attempt.
parry!
Wait, what parry was that? That was blue.
That would have been the. Oh, is that carrion retaliation? I can't remember
What?
the exact name on it. However, he is going to take 400 damage there on, I believe, a running attack. And he may be frost procced here.
Oh my god.
And
I don't
he.
even understand this damage. I feel like he didn't even hit him. He touched him like 3 times and then his just body fell apart. I don't even know what happened. Why is that? Why does that do so much damage? Ban it. What the heck?
The answer to all things, just ban it. I think he could
How
be.
do
I
you
think
get
he could be
defense
onto something.
against?
I think what was going on there, it could be the frost. I
Oh, the
think the
frost piled up.
frost, if the
Okay.
frost is procced,
Okay.
if the
So
frost is
Balsco, in a matter of what 30 seconds between both fights, did like 55,000 damage. So I I don't even know what to say. I mean, jeez. I feel bad for Greed Sama. He tried bringing out something you don't normally see, I'm assuming,
Mhm.
and that damage was just out of control.
It could be the case that he was inspired by Gabri, so we may have to blame. He
Uh,
may have to write a strongly worded letter, as stylish as Gabri was in that last tournament.
bro, he did
Maybe the
the
Great Crit.
ravioli step,
He did it a
and he
couple of
got a
times.
hit with it. Like, it
He
wasn't he just did it. He did it and it worked.
didn't just do that; also managed to land a backstab.
The ledge.
The
Oh man.
scoundrel, banned. Just ban Gabri. Here we have a.
He,
You know what?
he's
If we're
banned
if we're
from
stuck
PC.
for something, just ban. That it's all according to plan. You know, can't let him in. But yeah, it's interesting. It could have been the. I'm hearing some people make suggestions, but yeah, I reckon someone might be onto it. The counter damage talisman may in fact be the culprit here, ladies and gentlemen. I
Because
can't
that
believe I
that
even forgot
works
about it.
through it.
It would work because it's thrust damage. However, that would only be if it's on a regularly infused weapon
Okay, yeah. I mean,
because it's physical damage. So
I'm still a little confused on where you get counter damage because It almost seems like it's random at times. I mean,
I will leave the scientists to write their treatises on when counter damage happens. I've
Amir,
had
Amir, please tell me. How does this work?
Amir plucks.
During the attack and its recovery, I'm being
We heard
told.
it here first live here. We have him here in our
But really, it really works every time. This isn't like a magical thing where, oh no, it didn't work because the
it can
connection was weird or
it can sometimes be hard to tell when the technical recovery frames are finished on certain things. It can be just hard to actually parse it out. But yeah, it can be just hard to sometimes. I know, remember in 3, I was trying to figure out for the longest time
yeah.
when I would actually clip someone with it. So on paper, it works one particular way.
Yeah. I tried for 5 years on Dark Souls 3. Nope. Doesn't make any sense. So, I mean, I don't know what the... I don't know what the...
We'll have to cast the dice on that one, you know, and figure it out. Okay, so
Yeah.
who are we looking at in this next round? We are looking on for Eisenwave and Kyo. Neither player I know at all. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I haven't had the pleasure of fighting either of them to the best of my remembering, nor this is going to this one of these could be the dark horse we're all waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. We do not know. But interesting.
So
Interesting.
if you tried to do counter damage, like what is there a single weapon which if you stack it with everything, it just is the best counter damage? Like a colossal sword, Royal Knight Resolve,
With counter
thrusting,
damage.
talisman, everything for counter damage. Like there is a best, right?
You just named it. I think it's I
Okay,
believe
all right.
it's Uggs with the with the spear when someone's when someone's probably frost procced and you're using Royal Knight Resolve would probably be the strongest one. That would probably be one of the strongest ones. Yeah, again, we're seeing in chat here the Great Sword, exactly. So it's like,
So
it's
what
good to know.
else? I mean, we see massive damage if you frost someone and then you take that extra damage.
I can't remember what the exact number is for how much extra damage it does do. I can't also remember, is it just that it affects your absorption? Or does it just adjust their damage modifier? We are having a little bit of trouble getting one of our contestants in, ladies and gentlemen, so we will soon find
Serpent
out.
Hunter doesn't get thrust counter, apparently.
Interesting. Yeah, because
Which,
apparently that counts as a regular damaged attack. It doesn't count
yeah,
as a
that makes sense for the spear-looking thing. Yeah, I guess makes perfect.
a
Especially when
little
you
bit
poke
blunt. It's a
at
little
them.
bit blunt. It's a little bit blunt.
I mean, come on, guys.
World gone mad, Dante.
Seriously.
Oh, we're just waiting for this. But from
So
what you've seen so far, Dante, what are you
yeah.
making of? Because I know you've been kind of out of the loop the last little while. You haven't had the chance to kind of
I
mess
haven't
around
really
with some of
sunk
the
my
good players.
teeth into it too far. Now, I have played, but I haven't been competitive as I would like to be honest. But say this, some aggression. So far, I'm seeing a lot of the similar play, except for Riptide. I think Riptide had sort of a different play style, which I liked. It was it reminded me a little bit more of Dark Souls 3, where it's sort of trying to figure out how to play with spacing in mind. A lot of the other people I noticed, and this is no knock on anyone, this maybe it's just sort of how this game works because obviously people are winning, so it's working. But it seems like it's more based on who can almost trade or out damage in certain aspects. It's not as much of a rock paper scissors game. It's more of a just fist versus fist like thing, like a straight up damage versus damage. So it's not as I will say the PlayStation tournament. I think, and it might change the later rounds we go, but PlayStation tournament had a little bit more finesse, if you will. I thought with some of the players right now. Again, we haven't seen all players and we haven't seen the other rounds. Matchups will be different depending on the players and the weapons you go against, sure. But right now it seems a little bit more barbaric, I guess would be the word.
The PC players are currently gathering the pitchforks and the torches, Dante. They are coming for you as we speak.
Things will
Stoking
change
the
when the
fire.
rounds go on, obviously. Like when things get a little bit more hot and heavy, when it's like the finals, semifinals, people are like, all right, I really need to try to play a little bit more finesse. I One thing that makes things interesting is there aren't really comeback mechanics now, especially since you don't have any passive healing at all. You
You
have
do
none.
have passive healing.
Oh, you
Yes, you
do?
do.
I thought
Yes,
that
you
was
have. Nope, not to my knowledge. You have direct healing. However, you do not.
what do you mean? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm not sure. I thought it was all banned here.
If I
I
can
don't.
check here real. Hello.
Yeah, you're back. We did it.
Okay.
It's the
Cool. Cool.
Ireland net. He's got the island net.
Uh oh. Uh oh. Well, we're all good. We're all good and Gucci.
You have
The what
passive
I
heal,
will
but no
say, you
active.
have passive healing. You can have so, for example, you can use the Sun Princess, the Blessed Dew Talisman. That is permitted. You can still use that. It's a very small amount of regen. You can also use the armor, which gives you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use the armor set,
But
which gives you passive
all
healing as well.
incantations that heal are banned.
Yes,
So
exactly,
healing spells are not active.
exactly.
Okay. So it's just that armor and just that talisman?
Yeah, that's it.
And how
Well,
much is that per second, you think?
it can be a considerable amount, but it only does it up to 18% health. But, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will have our contestants in. Dante, would you give us the shout,
Who
the
are the
shout down?
contestants?
We have
Actually.
Eisenwave versus Keo.
Oh,
Keo will
okay,
be on
so
the
they
close
got
end,
here.
and Eisenwave will be on the far corner. So,
All
ladies and
right.
gentlemen, Dante,
3,
give us the countdown.
2, 1, live.
There we have it. The explosions are doing the explosions, and with that, both players
Ooh,
goes for the punish. Keo
471.
is going to take a little bit of damage out of that. However, we do get to see the buffs come out on Eisenwave here, who is rocking the Frisbee helmet. I'm very glad to say that they are using it. The bubble has been popped, even though it's still visually on, as both players are now going to find a neutral. Out comes that running attack from the
Oh,
Halberd, manages to clip him there. However, the L1 will throw them off for just a bit. Out comes the cry here, however, deftly rolled there by Eisenwave. Both players are going to go in. The jumping L1 is not going to connect, and we see this really solid neutral here. Both players trying to find their
wow.
way. Out comes the katana,
Oh,
and there we
come
go.
on. I mean, he was winning substantially too, I thought.
Substantially, yeah, and that's a reset then, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, man.
Unfortunate.
Jeez, PC. You know what? I'm selling my PC. I can't. I can't do this. This
It's
is
so
a 4-hour
unfortunate.
tournament's gonna be 5 days long because of this. Jeez.
We will persevere through it, Dante. Do not
But
worry. We will
I
fight the
will
good fight.
say the damage with Eisenwave. I'm gonna say
Mhm.
he's from Germany. Eisenwave. He the damage he had with the lightning the Ash of War.
Yes.
he it was like 471. And
Mhm.
do you get counter damage when you're drinking something?
It
Is
only
that active?
works for physical damage,
Okay.
if I'm unmistaken, and it only generally either works for, if I recall, you can call it counter attacks as well, not
Okay, all right.
animations. So there's a
Yeah,
few
it's good
bits
to
and
know.
pieces here.
That was
It's
crazy
in,
damage
yeah,
though.
crazy
And he
damage
was
right off the
still
bat.
yeah, he was still doing massive damage one-handed. The running attack, he did like 5 something. Uh and I think he swiped him with the other weapon and he did
Hmm.
close to that. So that was like 1500 damage in 3 hits.
It's a considerable amount of damage, and it can put you in a really bad spot really quickly. Halberd Katana is something I've seen other players use. I know Value is a huge fan of that setup. I'm not sure which hand Aizen is using either weapon on, but
The
it should be
katana was right hand because he did running attack.
right-handed. Do we have both players in, or are we just waiting for? Nope, we're waiting on one of the players currently.
So
So
it's like
yeah.
you have to summon them at the same time so that the stupid timer doesn't.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So the timer does not claim another one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I've struggled to fight against it, especially if someone has really solid spacing. They can whiff punish really nicely with the halberd. Also, you have backswings on the katana, which is also quite interesting. So in other
Yeah,
words, you can frame trap them as they roll out if you can get the
yeah.
angle right, which is something I
Really
haven't
fast
quite got.
too.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
tough to get out. I mean, I've noticed a couple things in this game that if you roll perfect, you actually roll badly because they'll hit you. It's kind of interesting. Like, so if you roll perfect the first attack, the second attack will hit you because of how this game is. So you actually have to roll technically unoptimal. Because
Yeah.
usually when you want to roll out of something, you want to roll at the last possible moment.
Yeah.
But that's not always the case for every weapon, every type. All right, we are ready. Let's hurry up and do this before everybody explodes. 3, 2, 1, live.
Let's go at the explosion. The explosion is out, ladies and gentlemen, and we have both players here going for their physic. We see no punish right off the bat, as Eisen is going to feign there. However, he is going to get punished for eating the crab. How dare he eat on the job? Punished right off the bat as he manages to dodge that jumping L1 there, and
So I'm assuming he loses that one now because that was just even.
with we will consult our staff behind the scenes very
And this is
quickly.
strictly a PC problem, right?
This is strictly PC. It is an interaction with the anti-cheat, unfortunately. We will be consulting with our staff shortly to try and figure out what that round will be counted as.
You know
Um,
what? Next tournament, Nintendo Switch.
yeah.
That's it. That's it. Nintendo Switch. We're done. No more of this.
That could be that could be the play, honest to goodness. I'm gonna say that could actually be the play. But yeah, it's unfortunate that both players are not having it. Let me
Man,
just
that
very quickly.
is. I would say don't try to summon people at the same exact time.
Yeah, there's very little that can be done, and again, that seems to be not EAC related, because I don't believe that was within the timer's limit. That would be
Oh,
my
okay, I see.
inclination. So if that was an actual DC, I think that should be counted, perhaps. Assuming we have our staff online to see what is the dealio with that one.
Yeah, I don't know. It sucks because it sucks for the players, it sucks for the
Yeah,
viewers, it sucks
exactly.
for everyone. It's like
It is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, a win for Kyo on that particular round. And so we go on to the next round between these two.
so it's now just 1-0 Kyo. That's it.
1-0 to Kyo so far.
Okay.
And we'll go now for the next set as we have
Very
both.
unfortunate.
We are now waiting for the other player.
Well, at least there is double elimination, so there is a
Yeah,
losers bracket. So
exactly.
even if something like this happens to whoever the player is, they
Mhm.
have at least some sort of redemption arc, maybe.
Yep.
Um,
And it seems as well as though their round won't be fought for just a little while anyway, so hopefully they'll have time to get their stuff sorted out in the interim.
I I am getting word though that Eisenbave just didn't play hard enough. That was his problem.
Not
So
enough
you know,
of a
I guess
gamer. Interesting.
you get good, and then
Yeah.
that won't happen to you. I don't know.
Within the 2-minute timer, is it? But yeah, we'll hopefully see that both players are now in the world, and we are just waiting now to see how this one is going to go. So yeah, again, I'm going to be really curious to see how this one is going to go. Really, really curious because again, Kyo seems to be playing this one pretty well. Both of them seem to be playing it pretty safe. But that's enough chit chat, ladies and gentlemen. Will you give us a countdown, Dante?
3, 2, 1, live.
Here we have it, folks. We have the bomb going out here Both players are in. Out, both of them going for the cry.
I like it.
Only Keo manages to land though. A whiff on that second one there. There's no punish there. They're both going to scream at each other until the other person asserts dominance, I believe, ladies and gents. Out
Roll
comes the
attack.
rolling L1. Keo does manage to land it. Ooh. Aizen's going to have to be really careful here on this one.
Wow.
As he is clipped again, out comes the cry one more time to try and set up for something. He only needs to land.
Either he was in
One or
his
two.
menu or he screwed up on the his endurance there. Shouldn't have
I
got
would
hit by that.
imagine so. Yeah, it can be hard as well, especially you have very limited time to be in your window, and when the consequences for being hit are so grave, it can be incredibly difficult. Here we have a both players
Oh,
are
the
going to go for the
trade.
trade. That is a
That was
considerable
actually
amount of
very
damage.
smart.
Whew, and the tears are popped now. I believe from both of them. Out comes the rolling L1. There seems to be a bit of latency here between both of these players as the ghost hit does come through. Out comes the running attack,
Running?
manages to be clipped, and
Oh,
the
what a
backswing.
mistake!
The backswing tries to set up for the rolling L1 and is clipped by the backswing, bringing us to a 1-1 so far between Keo and
Wow.
Eisenwave.
I gotta say, Keo played that really smart, saying, "Hey, I'm going to out damage you. I'm just gonna attack in your jumping attack. I don't
Yeah,
care."
yeah.
And they did it, and it worked. But then they did the running attack, which makes me want to root for them because I can only imagine that's terrible.
I have a
Uh,
very strange feeling that might have been a misplay, a little bit of the wrong.
oh, I guess that's true. It might have been maybe, yeah. Maybe they wanted the plunge attack or something, and it ended up doing a running attack. I don't know. That was very strange, and it actually did cost them the match because it looked like up until that point they were winning.
Yeah, and again, it was a very close match all the way through. But again, you're one or two mistakes away all of the time in these games.
It's as you see with the damage, if you're getting hit by 600 without even like trying, yeah,
Yeah,
any
it's
damage
rough. Very,
destroys.
very rough. And we'll just have to see who's going to take it down this one. We are getting our contestants in, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, that had they not made that mistake, I wonder, had that running attack not come out, would things have been different?
And
Would
you wonder the other
things...
way. Had it claimed victory with the running attack, I mean, they're going to be putting banners up of this guy all over the place, right? Like, what a ledge
Yeah, he
doing this
actually
running
did it, the
attack to
mad
win in the
lad.
tournament, and it worked. Like,
All
incredible.
right. We have both of our players in though, ladies and gentlemen. All right, Dante, will you be ever so kind as to give us the countdown?
3, 2, 1, live.
And let her go. And there it comes. Out comes the explosion. Both players are going to go
A little
for
bit
their
early there.
a little bit. But you know what? We'll carry on. Both players are now going to go for their flask, and both of them, I believe, are going to go for their little bit of crab, as they're going to have this really solid neutral here in the center. However, I would say that Eisen has a little bit more of an aggressive posturing here. However, he's
I
clipped for
I don't even
750
understand
damage.
that range.
That is a considerable amount of damage, I believe, but the show must go on as both of
Oh
these
my.
players are going to find their way 300 damage here in a running attack. Eisen is going to be out here in neutral, trying to bait some aggression so he can maybe punish it. He's being incredibly cautious here, ladies and gentlemen. When considering the raw damage output here, I can't blame him as he manages to roll another rolling L1. Out comes the cry again. Both players are going in. The jumping attacks here from neutral. He hasn't been punished for them yet, although the consequence of the attempted punish here on the side of Eisen is going to be a rough one. I can't blame him for being cautious as we're back into this neutral
Yeah,
position.
especially with the range he's getting with some of these attacks. There's obviously a little bit of latency here, and oh, the damage.
Ooh,
That's what he's worried about.
and he's
Oh, did
clipped
that pop
again.
his thing?
That would have popped the tears. Eisen is in a spot of bother here. However, both of their tears are gone.
Ash of
We see
War.
Ash of War comes out there to no avail, though, as the katana comes out. Both players here reckless, throwing
Oh
each other,
no!
and that,
No. And they lose because of that, because it was very close.
unfortunately,
Oh,
one too many
that was
DCs,
pretty
ladies and
exciting
gentlemen.
at the end.
That could have gone either way, ladies and gentlemen. Either way, but
PC strikes again. You know, I thought people said this was the master race. What happened?
oh, how the mighty have fallen, my
I
friend.
mean, they have plunged to the depths
uh,
of Blighttown. That PC's in Blighttown right now, as far as I'm concerned.
we're seeing some arguments here.
Oh my
However, that is
god.
the third DC from the one player.
Ah,
Yeah, he does at least have the losers bracket take consolation in that.
yeah,
And with
that's
how
very
well they were
unfortunate.
playing, I do believe we will hopefully
Yeah,
see
they
them
might be able
again
to. Yeah.
later in the bracket. But yeah, this is the unfortunate. The 2-minute timer claims another,
Uh,
ladies and
yeah.
gentlemen.
The thing that, and I do want to mention this to everyone who's watching and everything. Like, you have to understand, it might seem terrible that this is sort of how it's set up, but if we don't do this, we will lose players to having to like sleep. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, you can't do this because it'll take way too long. We have to move on, and we have to make some of these more difficult decisions, and we have to play around whatever this game makes us have to play around.
Yeah.
So it's unfortunate, but the rules were set in place beforehand, and
Mhm.
if you are the unlucky, unfortunate one that happens to, it sucks. But maybe you have to play faster. I mean, it
Yeah,
kind of sucks.
nah.
It's like,
Yeah. Hopefully, most of these issues will disappear as we go later on through the tournament. Hopefully, it has been the case in the last few tourneys that an awful lot of these problems did get get turned down the further and further we went along. So hopefully no big tournament matches will be locked away because of this, but we're doing everything in our power to make sure that this runs as smoothly as possible, ladies and gentlemen. And we have some of our contestants in for this next match, which is the words are incredibly difficult.
they are
Oh my
tough.
word. Miasma versus Dex Pyro.
If they are not a pyro that has dexterity, I will be upset. I'm just gonna say
There
that.
could be a moderate amount of false advertising. We have seen people do it before. They've said they were going to go on they were like X the wizard, and it
Don't
turns
like
out
that. They lose a round. I'm sorry.
and yeah, exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to crack on with the plays here, but because it is Miasma who is in the far corner, Dex Pyro who's in the near one. Dante, will you greet us?
Yes. 3, 2, 1, live.
And there we go. The explosion is about to do the exploding, as both players are going to rush out into center. One of them
Trident.
goes for the flask. Double, is that a double Mogs? It is double Mogs here. As he goes for the jumping attack, manages
Double
to whip the
modes.
jumping,
Oh
clips
my
him
goodness,
again.
it worked.
They have a very
How did
solid
that
connect.
miss?
Oh, is it
I
1300?
Oh, what?
You win.
I don't Was that bleed?
That was bleed.
What in the hell?
Sorry. Let me regain my composure here for this one.
What the heck?
That
It was like
was
Control Alt Delete health. Done. Get it out of here. I don't
oh.
understand. That was crazy. He did the Storm Stomp perfectly. Storm Stomp perfect. He was right on the cusp of winning, it looked like. And then delete. Just get out of here.
And
That was crazy.
the score is, if I'm unmistaken, Dex Pyro 1, Miasma 0. Nihil for Miasma, perhaps. My god, that damage though. 500, how many times did he hit him? He hit him once, twice, 3 times, got a really solid trade in the bleed. I think there was 3 or 4 hits involved there. We didn't even get to see the weapon art. That
Yeah, does
was
that do people use that? Or because it seems like it's fairly easy to get around it. Am I wrong there?
the
The
bleed.
Moog? The
It
Moog weapon
can
art?
be. It's. I've heard some conflicting things about this. In this arena, if they're incredibly scared and run away, you probably have time, if you do it in the right time, be able to actually get the nihil off, and they will not be able to punish you.
Like in the
It's yeah.
corner, I could see it
Mhm.
working.
If you can get them in the corner. Of course, there are safe spots, and it does have a little bit of a wind up to it. So there is that. But yeah, whew, that
Are
was
you
a
able to backstab before it actually starts doing damage?
yes, you should be
Okay.
able to. However, if they're running away, which to be honest with you, it is great spear, I'd be inclined to run away.
The great spears
The
doing some
great
dirty business.
their damage is pretty great, I think. I consider they're pretty all right, I reckon, maybe. But yeah, it's whew. I
I
mean,
gotta say, the Storm Stomp was used very well. It's just they were out damaged, as we
out
see again. That works.
that out damage will definitely do it. But ladies and gentlemen, both players are in. Miasma, Nihil, and of course, we have the what's the name? It is Dex Pyro 1.
Dex Pyro lying to everyone. Anyways, 3, 2, 1, live.
There we have it. The bomb goes out, ladies and gentlemen. And both players are going to. Out comes the Frost.
Oh,
Frost
it did
and
work.
Bleed. Didn't manage to land it though, by the looks of things. Or he switched over to the ring right off the bat, which of course will. But for both, out comes the
Oh,
Storm
nice
Stop,
use.
manages to land it. And out. Speak of the devil, there we go.
Does that buff the weapon also? Because
I
it's
believe it does. However, it's not going to matter because he goes for the flask, manages
that
to
was
trade
really
again.
amazing.
Smart plays on the side of Miasma, wins him the day. Miasma
I,
won. Dex Pyro won.
I mean, throwing out those knives like that at that timing, but also going for that flask at that
Yep.
time was pretty amazing. I had to give him credit there, and it did work. I mean, ultimately they lost, but they were around for a little bit longer, so that was
Yep.
pretty good.
One
One
of the
and one.
things to keep in mind as well is that midway through the fight, if you drink the flask, you can go for the bubble, which is pretty good because even if they try to punish you, they're not actually going to be able to get the punish.
I see. I
So
see.
they try and go for the trade, and you're in a really good position then to counter aggress on them from there. But again, Miasma was out damaged, and again he shows he has really solid play. It's just the raw damage of those Moog spears is terrifying, absolutely terrifying, and managed to outplay him and get there through the skin of his teeth.
Yeah.
So GG to Miasma, very very well played in their part.
So is that bubble doesn't um that isn't like super poise.
I've heard it said, I haven't had it confirmed.
And what
I
about when you have like a dual weapons? If you hit with one weapon and you hit the other, does that count as one hit or is that two hits and you hit through the bubble?
hmm. You get one hit. As far as I'm aware, if they both hit simultaneously, it only counts as one hit. That is to
Okay.
my knowledge. That is my knowledge. However, is there a way to stat? I'm sure on certain weapons and certain power stance weapons, like for example on a spear running L1, you
Yeah,
probably have the ability to do it. So that's something that's worth considering.
that's interesting. Although the running L1 is probably not the best. It's interesting though. I don't know. I just like seeing some of the nuances of the game and seeing what people can do around some stuff. Like, oh, you have this. I mean, obviously people throw the knives to get away with that, but yeah.
We have both of our players who are now in, ladies and gentlemen. Dante, would
3,
you be ever so kind?
2, 1, live.
Neil, yeah, there we go. And there we have
Neil.
it. Out comes the explosion, ladies and gentlemen. We have, of course, Dex Pyro going for Le Crab. He's going to hold on to his flask for just a little bit longer. And now we have, of course,
Ah, that
Miasma trying to
missed.
find his way. And out comes the running attack. Manages to clip him, though. It seems as if he had the absorption talisman and perhaps the crab as well there to not have as much damage dealt to him there. Goes for
Ooh.
the trade. 610 damage to 500 and something or other.
He had 2
800 damage
weapons.
on that.
I don't.
Ouch.
How was
That
that not a
was
trade?
bravery or foolishness. It was one or the other. As we're seeing him try to punish it here.
Oh,
Out
oh,
it comes here, the
he's
storm
caught. He's
stomp.
caught. No, are you kidding me? He would have died, right?
Yeah.
That was as close as you can get, I think. He would have won that match.
That
Literally,
would have been the win.
he would have won that match.
That was
I
almost the
think
win.
there's no way you can't restart that. There's no way.
We are
That
just
is
we are
this.
consulting our judges currently.
I want to delete PC. I cannot believe that. Delete it, guys. Take your hard drive, your soft drive, take your
That was
M.2, whatever you got,
if I was
throw it in the trash.
that was so
Ah, I I don't know, man. He would have won 100% on that hit, right? Like had to have. That's
oh
the
man.
one of the very few times I would say almost give him the win because that's a combo. You get the storm stomp, you do the
And you get
R1,
the
you're done.
combo. Yup,
And he was like
110%.
his thrusting sword was like poking the guy's shoulder as he disappeared and got Thanos snapped out of the world.
We are consulting the judges,
Oh
ladies and
my
gentlemen.
God. What is happening here, guys?
What an incredible turn of events.
Is that a first? Is that a first
That
time
is
you've seen it?
the closest it has been. We've seen so many go the other way. So many go the exact way. The exact opposite way where someone's one hit away and the DC hits. The one day we introduce
That is crazy. That was I gotta say, and that was Miasma, right? Miasma, he was one hit away from winning that. In this
we
one
are DMing the players momentarily to have a quick word with them, ladies and gentlemen. Players, make sure you have your DMs open that the staff can contact you. Oh my god, that was quite the moment.
That's crazy. I'm gonna feel bad if Miasma if we do restart this, which I think we are based on the summons, but we do restart this if Miasma loses, man. It feels bad, man, for sure.
Again,
On
thankfully
that
enough,
one.
we do have the losers bracket in the off chance that something goes horribly wrong, but we are awaiting the players. And then after this round, we are, of course, going to Space Ranger and Provocateur.
Are they here? Do you know if they're here yet?
We are just waiting for one of the players. They are being consulted currently by our judging staff behind the scenes.
Oh man, you can't get closer.
It is
to that.
incredibly frustrating, unfortunately. Having like matches be on the very knife's edge and for that to happen, it is deeply unfortunate. We do have both players in, so it would
All right, let's
seem
do it again. Let's do it.
Miasma is
3.
okay for the reset, so there we go. Dante, go.
We're in. I just want to get in here before again. We got it. We got to go. 3, 2, 1, live.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. As the bomb goes out, and both players are going to go for their respective buffs. One going for the crab, the other going for the physic. As we have a really strong neutral game here, as both players are going to find their way. Manages to go for the trade, knocks him. The anti-air comes in here as the trade comes out, goes for another one. Was that another hit? There on the edge there, as the bubble has been popped right off the bat. Miasma
there it
is not playing around here as he clips him once again.
Well,
that
was clear anyway.
That was a clear one-sided win there, I believe, ladies and gentlemen.
Boy,
as Miasma takes
Miasma
the round.
Was like, this is not happening again. I'm making sure I win. No questions about it. And he didn't even get hit. I don't think he got hit at all.
Did he take any damage all the way through that?
I think that was a flawless. Victory. And I mean, maybe he would have traded at the end just to get the kill, but that was a flawless up until the eventual disconnect, which apparently is affecting everyone. Man, that was crazy. That was I think he played different and aggressive enough on that threw off Dex Pyro so much because it was different than the previous matches.
The
And I think
amount
that's what happened.
the amount of aggression he showed all the way through that round, there wasn't a moment where he let up the pressure. Not a moment. As he came in, dealt his damage, moved out, just put him on the back foot the entire way through it. Obviously, nerves are a problem. The nerves are always a problem when you're playing in these games. I know some of the early tournaments I played in were I was, the heart gets a little bit fluttery. You might get a little bit of a shake here or there before, during, and
Yeah.
after. That can definitely play into it, especially when you're in a very close match like that. And yeah, it's manages to pull through and really, really solidly played. As someone who's played Miasma here and there, pleasure to play against. I have to say they really showed that they know their stuff here in this round. And again, that last round is proof enough, I think,
I mean,
of
he
how
went.
well they played.
I gotta say, if I have a Dante Aggression Award, uh, he's in the running right now. The Dante Aggression Award right there, live. I gotta say, I loved it. He went in and he was like, I don't care if you have two weapons that deal more damage and it does bleed and it does this or that. I'm gonna hit you before you can do anything. And that's what happened. Stunned him out of everything, knocked him over while he was in the air. Just nothing worked right for Dex Pyro. It was like just everything. The tides turned so completely. So that it was pretty interesting. I mean, complete domination.
The confidence is one of those things that's very hard to measure, um, in these games, and it's very hard to quantify as well. But what we've seen there from Miasma in that last round was sheer confidence that I am in the right spot. I am
Yeah,
happy out. I'm
that's
content.
true.
I
Yeah,
can chill,
you
and
have to
I'm
have
going to
confidence.
aggress.
Yeah, you have to have confidence in your spacing, your timing,
Hmm.
and I mean, granted, they were basically just right next to each other in a phone booth, but other than that, I mean, it was just the timing and, man, just crushed him.
Close, very, very close round. We're just checking what the next fight is. We hopefully will be getting to Space Ranger and Provocateur
Yeah,
shortly.
if
If not,
not, we'll
we'll
have
be
to move someone on, right? Whoever's here.
Gene. Well, it'll be Gene. We might move on to the next set because both of them are
I
booked
mean,
in.
uh, I would say if that happens, if we go to a new round, you gotta.
Mhm. Yeah,
I don't
we'll
think you
just double
can go to a
check
new
real quick.
round, actually.
We will very quickly just check and see. We'll check with our background stuff. But yeah, and we're seeing an awful lot of. I tell you what, we're seeing a bunch of Dante.
What?
And it's
What are we
really
seeing?
nice to see.
Pokey stuff?
Great Thrusting Sword is out in force at the moment. I
But
did
that's
not
always been
expect
strong,
that.
though, right?
It has been, but it hasn't been quite that strong.
So it
It's
is. Would you say one or two is better?
the great Thrusting Sword, one I would say is pretty good. You have that really solid double-handed R2. You have the poise break with the running R2 as well. I personally go one-handed usually and have an S stock on my offhand. That's usually how I go. And
Okay.
yes, we are moving on to Space Ranger and Provocateur. So we'll have
So
both of these players
you
in
like to
shortly.
mix it up with the big and small thrusting.
What you can do is you can go in, you can land your running R2 or your running L1. You have that mix up. You
Yeah,
can change up the timings, and of
I like
course, and
that.
then you can either go for the R2. You can hold on, charge the R2 to go for the roll catch. You can go for the S stock then to hit. Although we seem to be seeing an awful lot more of the two-handed usage here in this tourney, probably because the jumping attack is pretty good. But so yeah, it's kind of seasoned to taste, I think. I have to check what the poise break values are on the two-handed. I don't know off the top of my head, but I would imagine there's a reason why everyone is using it two-handed, and
Yeah,
perhaps
I mean,
how it combos with Storm Stomp as well,
you
probably.
get more damage with that
Hmm.
single hit.
Yeah, and there we have it. We have both of our players in world currently, as we have Space Ranger in the far corner, and we will be having Provocateur. We might see, is that a mage? Huh?
At least partial mage.
Maybe. I'm kind of shocked right now. Are
I
in
like it.
post-patch mage? Outrageous.
Come
Anyway,
on.
Dante, give us the countdown, my friend.
3, 2, 1, live.
And there we go. The explosion goes out, ladies and gentlemen, as we have both players. Seems to be
Oh, Elden
safe.
Stars!
Out it comes. And
My
out comes
man,
the
he's
explosion.
doing it.
There we go. Is this pyro only?
Oh,
my
what? This is amazing. I
What am
love
I
it.
witnessing? Out comes the jumping attack here.
He
Flame
jumped over to
Strike
fire.
comes out. As we see Flame Strike come out here on what? Is that a thrusting sword? I'm
doing
not
it.
sure. What?
Bro, he's playing like me.
What
I
a
can't
mad
believe it.
lad. This is
Oh!
a catch. Flame comes out to punish.
Oh, barely punished.
Manages to be
We do
flash
have a little bit of
pressured there.
latency.
Just a smidge, but manages to roll out there from the catch flame, not caught with
Oh, what?
the
Yes!
catch.
The ledge! How is he getting out of that? Bro,
Did
how
he
did he get
actually
out of
get
that?
out of it? He ran into the
Get
corner.
roasted! Get roasted! I'm sorry. We're not supposed to be on a side of like a fighter here, but that was spectacular. I'm sorry. That was amazing. This is what I'm talking about. You use the space, you use the spells to your advantage. That was spectacular. I loved every second of that, every second of what they did. But I'm excited to see what Space Ranger can do against Provocateur. Trying to combat the fire, trying to combat the spells in this, tinier area. I'm sorry. That was exciting. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I reserve the right to be impartial, but I also reserve the right to say how bloody cool that was. Holy moly.
I mean, he
That
roasted him like
was.
a suckling pig. He had an apple in his mouth. He was spinning around. The fat was just reducing off of his body. Oh man, that was awesome.
That
He used it.
was.
We were talking about it earlier. He was using that great fireball. I keep forgetting what it's Giant's fireball. I forget what it's called in this game.
I can't recall off the top of my head. It doesn't.
But you saw what he
matter.
did. So he got a stagger off of, was it Elden Star? Something staggered him. And then he was able to get the full charge up blast of the fireball that did massive damage while he was staggered, which, because that can happen in this game.
We
That
will,
was
however,
awesome.
ladies and gentlemen, move on to the next part of this round. We have
Okay.
1, 0,
3,
2,
2,
Provocateur.
1. Live.
Out she comes, the fireball, which I think is a. We'll be seeing a bit more of that. Out comes,
Oh.
manages to be punished.
Oh,
though.
he didn't get it off. It was
but
the
he is
ground
clipped
flame.
though. Barely
Because-
manages to roll the next one.
It's got the AoE. It actually is. I'm telling you, it's better than people think, but it is a little bit of a gimmick. You have to use it right.
Sets
Oh,
up
what
for-
the hell did he get hit by?
I
What
think
was
it could have
that?
been the lingering hitbox off of Flame Strike. I'm not even sure. Either that or Catch Flame is managed to be
the-
put away.
That was crazy. I
There
didn't
was
even
a
see
lot
what hit
going
him.
on. There was a smidgen going on, I think, Dante.
That was like 800 damage. That was like half his life. I don't know what that was. That was half his life, and I didn't see anything happen. I mean, obviously he's buffing up his power and reducing his health and stuff like that. He's a little bit more of a glass cannon trying to keep people away. I get that. But that was like, I didn't even see where the hits were. So that was a little unfortunate. But 1-1. It's not over for either player yet.
You said before this started, it's like, oh, how's Space going to get around this? Well, we just figured it out by aggressing and finding those very safe moments to aggress. And we've seen it there, the amount of damage that he can output in a really short amount of time. It's not, I was going to say, pyro only.
Yeah, it's the thing that was interesting that Space Ranger did that was very good in the beginning is he stopped him from casting immediately. He stopped him immediately from casting, which is one of the biggest deals because if you can get the chain of casting as the caster, you're dictating the match. It's a little bit easier, a little bit better for you, obviously, than if you can't. Now, the one thing he is also doing is he's probably, I don't know if he's counting or trying to figure out exactly how many spells he can cast before he has to drink and replenish, and that's a big deal. If you're even off by one cast, then they're gonna drink and then everything gets reset. You can't do that. You really have to be on the ball whether to get the cerulean flask or not. So
yeah,
it's
kind of an interesting decision. It's an interesting decision that you have to make kind of at the start. Is, do I really want to risk buffing right off the bat? But anyway, we'll talk about all of that later. Both of our players are in, ladies and gentlemen. We have, of course, Provocateur on this side and Space Ranger on the far. Dante, give us the shout in.
3, 2, 1, live.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The firebomb is going to go out. Both players are going to chug on their flask. Out comes the frost right away. No punish. Not
Yeah,
going to
he didn't
be
go
either
for a
punish.
cast.
Out comes
Oh.
madness.
Oh my god, 718 damage
And out
though.
comes flame strike though. A space is going to try and keep the pressure up all the way across here. Out
Whoa,
comes
that
more
worked.
700 damage. Out comes the flame strike again. Should have double tapped
Oh,
on that,
no. Again, I'm not rooting against Space Ranger.
We're rooting for no one. Don't worry about it, chat. Don't worry about it at all, chat. Whew.
That was he did a lot of damage. I think the issue was he couldn't take a lot of damage. So he was getting traded sort of equally, but he was losing when it was happening. And Space Ranger was just taking the hits in hopes that they would be able to out damage or at least sort of continue to damage near. And it worked for Space Ranger. So I got to say, Space Ranger played that well because they played it knowing their life was, less and just went
They
for
had
the
an
win.
opportunity to get some damage in. Like they took a risk and were punished for it. And again, one of the things that you have to count on is not that your opponent makes a mistake. You have to count on the fact that you made the right read.
Yeah, a lot
there.
of times, yeah.
If it had been a solid neutral game, I think the madness might have been a really good idea. But
yeah, that actually put him behind. That put him behind because he got hit by a 700 and he only did like 100 or something. That put him up behind too much to where the recovery was going to be a bit rough. Because he did get the flame strikes and a couple hits in between the spells, which was really nice, but it wasn't enough to come back and maybe even tie the game or win.
Yeah. Well, we are now free to move on to the second round. And again, well played to both players there. We will hopefully see more of the wonderful Provocateur. It was rather provoking, I must say. So the name does count. As we are now moving on to round 2, which is going to be Gene Pool versus
it is perfect, man.
Riptide.
And real quick, the losers bracket is going on at the same time, except that's off stream, I believe. So we already have a couple people in losers round 2. So we have Nomi going ahead of Greed Sama and Eisenvev against Dex Pyro. And now it's 2 stock versus Provocateur, which I got to be honest, I want to see every Provocateur match. Sadly, we aren't going to be able to do that, but it's fine. We'll see if they can make it back to the finals, and we'll see what happens there. But those matches are happening at the same time, and like you said, Gene Pool on the far side corner and Riptide closer to us.
That's us. That's how it's gonna be.
That's exciting.
But yeah, we're looking at it here. There was some mistakes made, I think, on the side of Provocateur. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, a couple of those casts could have been timed a little bit better. But
it almost looked like they didn't have the speed casting. I mean, they had to have, because maybe they went just full damage at some point. I don't know.
Well, that remains to be seen. However, ladies and gentlemen, as we have both of our players in here, if they would both be so kind as to get into their corners, that would be delightful.
Yeah. We'd like people to actually be as far away as possible in their corners, so that there's no sort of advantage with certain Ash of War or whatever.
And we'll hopefully get to see what both of our players are using. Dante, could be so.
We're doing it. We're doing it. 3
countdown.
3, 2, 1, live.
And here we have it, folks. The bomb goes out. Gene Pool is going to buff. Riptide is going to go for the bomb, but it misses. What? Outrageous.
How do you miss that if you lock on?
I think he's free aiming it because he's expecting the roll as he's clipped here with that. As out comes the endure as he's able to keep up the pressure. A lot of these jumping attacks, not mixing it up. No thread and golden land.
We get him!
By it. Goes for the change as he tries to catch him with the running attack.
Really I think nice just aggression there.
Really nice aggression. I'm not sure if the running attack was the play though. I'm going to assume that's a misclick there. Out comes the Golden Land again, as Riptide is going to be clipped by some of those little holy bolts there, as both players are going to go for center. Out
This
comes.
is a nice strategy. Can you jump through that?
I don't
Oh
believe you can,
man.
but it doesn't matter just
Yeah.
yet, as he is clipped.
Wow, I like that. That seems, I mean, obviously he gets pretty wrecked by anyone with range,
Yes.
but it looked like he used something that works for this particular fight,
Hmm.
because how do you combat that other than sort of getting away? Maybe you can backstab before it actually explodes, but that's really tough. That's a risk.
It is risky getting in on it because you have a very limited window when you can actually get the backstab in on them, right? So, it's kind of a hard. Usually, I'd run out and then come in then to aggress before the little bolts go out. That's
Because he's aggressing with the bolts because he knows if he gets one of the hits or one of the stuns, he can get the extra damage there, which is really good strategy, I think.
it was. It's an interesting one because it forces the other person to try and keep pressure on you
Yeah.
because
Yep.
otherwise you're just gonna get shot to bits by these little pew pews from like neutral, which you really do not want. You want to come back in after the fact,
Yeah.
let them get their minute, bait out them to do the full, because you can R2 out of Golden Land as well.
Okay.
If you do that, it does an extra move, kind of like other things. I think with
Yeah. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
ultras, it's like a spin attack, and then you can try and either backstab it or backstab pressure and come on. However, both of our players are in. Ladies and
Let's see if it
gentlemen,
happens again.
Riptide versus Gene Pool. Dante,
All right,
let her go.
we're here. 3, 2, 1, live.
The bomb goes out, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are going to go for the buffs. Out comes the Frosty,
Missed
misses
again.
again. Out comes Golden Land right
Nice
off the
throw.
bat. Both players are going to. We're seeing
See,
Gene Pool really
that's the issue.
pressure.
Look at that damage. Oh my, what?
And that is
Uh,
a considerable
excuse me.
amount of damage.
See, that's what happens. So he got hit by just one of them, which did 200 damage. But then he's freaking out because he's like, well, when is he going to do his attack with his spears, right?
Yeah.
And then he did that much damage, and then his life was over, and then he lost. Like, so that's why that's good, because it dictates the match. And he did a good job throwing the ice pot at him, which was nice. But then he didn't really follow it up with anything. He didn't really have a plan outside of that, other than sort of evading, which I think was the issue.
It's kind of
One
a
thing
rough
I
one. Sorry,
do
go on.
you
Excuse me.
do you get hit with that Ash of War when he's plunging it into the ground? Like if you're right in front of him, do you get hit with that?
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm trying to remember.
Okay,
Uh,
I guess
according
you do get
to,
hit with it.
yeah, you do apparently. Interesting.
So that's
So
actually a big deal, because that means you can't just be in their face the whole time,
yeah,
and try to punish. So that's actually a big deal.
that's interesting. Well, it gives you something else to worry about when you are aggressing. And again, aggression can sometimes feel very free in this game. It's just you have so many tools to get like pressured
Exactly.
off. Can be can be really tough. You have Storm Stomp to worry about if they're on one of the setups that allows it. You always have to have that in the back of your mind. You have a
Flame
bunch
strike.
of other things, Flame Strike as well, exactly. And now you have Golden Land, which while there is a pretty good wind up on it, ooh, you still have to be careful on that aggression. You don't just get clipped, roll caught, and then potentially roll caught again. I don't believe the R2 afterwards true combos. I've never managed to land it if it is indeed the case. But it's definitely
I
another
doubt
thing
it.
that you have to have in the back of your mind
Yeah,
constantly in the off
exactly. Because you
chance.
can't just aggress after thinking it's over.
And that's not all, because then they have the little bolts, the holy bolts,
Yeah.
doing little bits of chip damage after you've considered all of that,
Yep.
and you're also not able to strafe the L1, or it's very difficult to strafe on certain latencies with the
Yeah,
L1.
it's a pretty if you're not equipped with things that can combat that easily or well, that's tough to get out of. It looks like it looks like you basically have to be fairly predictive on what they're gonna do,
Hmm.
and just keep the perfect amount of range to try to punish or do whatever. Because that seems like it's pretty tough. Once that gets
Yeah.
loose, it's like, okay, well, I've lost the neutral game, and now I'm in the evade game, and I mean, you saw it happen there. He hit him like 3 times, and it was like,
Three
what,
times.
1,400 damage?
3 or 4
Something like that.
mistakes is all you have, especially when they have the bleed on the cards as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, we of course have Zielovsky versus Space Ranger in this next round.
Man, I
I'm
want to
really
see
excited
Steel
to
versus Steel. That's what I wanted.
versus Steel. I
You know,
don't think maybe you know what.
the Carbon
Steel
Iron
Dash do?
brothers. You know what I mean?
He's still listen. Steel Dash is still here. He's not
Yeah,
out of it yet.
Steel Dash is still in
It
there.
could
There's a
yet happen.
possibility.
Oh,
It'd be pretty intense.
Stilovsky is of course formidable. Absolutely formidable. We've seen it in that first round. How once he put his mind to it, once he figured out he had to play a certain way, there was no if buts or maybes. It's just like, okay, I'm
We
going
haven't
to.
seen
Hmm?
we haven't seen any colossal swords, have we?
Not yet. The last one we seen in that round, I believe, early on was a normal great sword. So like a claymore or something like that. I believe in the first part, that wasn't
So
colossal.
what is it, do you think, that's making people not use the colossal sword?
So as we have the time, yeah, the poise definitely nerfs it considerably. Having yourself be limited to what was it, like 49 poise? Let me double check the
Yeah,
rules here
49
real quick.
poise, no bull goat or spear talisman, no storm stomp or quick step.
You are staggered pretty much immediately by an R1 of a katana,
Okay,
if I recall correctly. That is the amount of poise you
that is a
have.
big deal. But you
It
still
is a
get
huge
hyper
deal.
armor though on swings.
You do, but the hyper armor, I think the poise value on the hyper armor can still be like poise broken by a halberd.
Interesting. Okay.
So it definitely, one of the problems with Uggs is not only just the frame advantages that it has. Obviously, that's an issue. It's a huge issue. It's unfortunate even, but it also has the issue of when you take away its poise, it can no longer trade quite so freely. It now has to be
Yeah,
careful when it chooses to aggress and when it chooses to, and it has to be right in its reads as well. It
yeah.
requires a little bit more brain power, and Uggs is a setup that I never really gelled well with it. Didn't really work for me personally. It does definitely require skill, but once you
Yeah.
fight someone who knows what they're doing with it, Uggs is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely terrifying.
I like that type of game myself. The sort of
Hmm.
that's how I play. Is it's a read game. It's a read
Hmm.
and dictation of matchup game. And I see before I had no interest in playing with colossal swords because I'm like,
Yep.
this looks like it's too easy. With these rules, I like it more because it
Yep.
seems more balanced. And you're like, okay, well, I can't just be an idiot and bull rush people and just, oh, I can out damage you. What are you gonna do? Ugh. Like now you're just like, okay, well now I actually can get stunned out of everything and I can't
Yep.
just do
And
anything I
that's
want.
hugely important. Obviously, with the hyper armor, there still are some things that you can do. That's
Yeah, but
just
that's
like,
still a timing thing. I mean, that's not, you're not just throwing out things like crazy. You don't have
and it
infinite
does
endurance.
have pretty silly qualities on it. Sorry, excuse me. Oh my
Where's
god.
that coffee, man?
Oh
Get
god, I'm
that coffee,
injecting it directly into my
please.
bloodstream.
Intravenously. I want that. All right, let's do it. Let's
But
get
yeah,
that caffeine.
I had a thought and now it has gone. Rip. How could you, Dante?
Uh,
I
well,
blame
you're
you
welcome. I
personally.
don't know. I don't know. I'm okay. So we see that Provocateur, and again, I'm not playing favorites, has
Yeah.
felled two stock in the losers round. Okay, I'm just gonna say Provocateur has moved on in the losers round.
You are smitten, my friend. You are absolutely smitten.
Uh,
My
I'm just
word.
mentioning what
Take him
happened.
out. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's
Take him
all I'm
out to
doing.
dinner, why don't
Come
you?
on,
My
guys.
God. But yes, very exciting to see. We are, of course, seeing Eisenwave will be fighting Riptide as well in the losers bracket. Gomi it still remains to be seen who they will be fighting in the next round. And the same with Provocateur and then Steel Dash after that. So on that note, we crack on with our rounds, I think, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, looks like
Although
we are getting close.
we're
Yeah, the
we're
losers is
having
not streamed, guys.
they won't be streamed until we finish the main bracket, which we will do our damnedest to have done as quickly as is humanly possible.
Again, a
All
lot
the
of,
results
well, I
involved.
mean, I guess it could be streamed, but a lot of this is for time's sake that we're trying to make everything happen.
Yep.
because again, you guys can't spend, I'm assuming, like 14 hours, especially with all the disconnects. Like even I don't want to do that, and I'm intense a lot of times, right? Uh,
You're
so
intense.
I mean, I've had tournaments
Apparently.
where I've had double elimination, and I did everything myself. That lasted like 8 hours. So
Yep.
like I've done these tournaments before, and in my experience, unless you are diehard fans, generally people do not want to do that. All right.
And yes,
Yeah.
indeed, the later half of the losers bracket will most likely be streamed. However, the contestants have had manners put on them. Words were had. Amir did this at them for a bit, shook his finger at them, but we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Dante, would you be ever so kind?
3, 2, 1, live.
There we have it. The bomb has gone out, ladies and gents. Both players are going to buff very quickly. I'm not quite sure. Is that a... We're seeing a halberd coded
Yeah.
comes out, and we see the halberd come out, and we're going to be really curious. I'm going to guess that steel is, of course, going to be on the double-handed halberd here, and it seems that Space Ranger is on the coded, from what I can tell, and that would be correct and right. As we see a running come out there, manages to whiff it. However, he will not be punished as Steel is forced into the far corner, setting up for some nasty things, I would imagine, as
Oh,
he may
there
be
it
caught in
is.
his menu. Out comes the Cry,
Oh, yeah,
manages
I
to
was
clip
waiting
him
for
200
that.
damage, and out comes the
Oh, nice
Flask, as
punish.
the bubble has been popped. Man, Steel has been clipped there for about 300 damage. However, he's going to come back in as he's hit once
Oh.
again. Almost sets up for another one. Really risky business here on the side of Steel, because he could be put away very quickly. These codeds do an awful lot of damage. He has to be under an awful lot of pressure right now. He could even be killed through the tear pop, as he's now back in neutral and they're trying to find their way in.
That doesn't have bleed, right? The halberd?
I would be highly doubtful that the halberd has bleed. I'm not sure, but even the
Ooh.
infusion he was almost took out there by, as he manages to roll that, by the headshot off of the dagger. As they were seeing probably the first really solid neutral game here, as the daggers will come out comes the Cry. Not going to be punished for it, but doesn't manage to get any damage in on it either. As out comes the great rapier here, but however it will go back. Out comes that. Tears, I believe, has been procced from both
Is
players now.
Stilovsky's ahead right now, but oh, things can
Only
change as you can see.
barely. Things can really change. Is it clip for another? Is that 300 damage there I'm seeing? As both players are now back in this neutral. We're seeing an awful lot of the crouch coming out here, trying to bait
Ooh,
out these
double miss.
runnings. However, he manages to slide just underneath it. This is such a close match as he's clipped here. Deal. Oh, he has to be really careful here. I'd imagine he's going to go for the Royal Remains swap here. If he's not, I would be shocked.
I'm
As we
assuming
see,
it's one hit left with the coded sword. I mean, he is really weary of trading, it looks
he
like.
would have to be. However, now both of them have to be weary for
Oh,
trading as he's
whoa.
put away.
I don't really okay.
I'm not quite sure what happened there either, but
Uh
at,
Glitch in
at
the Matrix. I don't know. He
might
warped.
yeah,
I don't know.
it happens, unfortunately. It could be the death animation being a bit funky as well. Sometimes the death animation doesn't take priority over certain things, but that was an incredibly close
Yeah.
round there. Again,
Comeback, by the way, comeback by Space Ranger. He was down most of that match, and he came back and won it.
it was an interesting thing there for what happened there. What I think happened was there was a jump, and in either the death animation went through, and then he got hit. I think
I
that's
think it
more or
was
less what happened.
on our side, but not on the side of the fighters.
Yeah, I would imagine, of course, if there are any issues, please do get in touch with the player manager, Zonic, who already
Yeah,
contacted you.
yeah.
If you have any issues regarding the match, that is, of course, your first port of call. Do not mention it in chat. That will get you nowhere. If you wish, yeah, that's more or less
It,
messages
it
on
was
like if there are any
the match
issues.
was pretty equal. I will say that it was first Stilovsky. He came out ahead a little bit, and then Space Ranger really played right to the strengths of his weapon, and knowing that it does a little bit more damage, and came back and won it. It was actually pretty impressive.
Steel has to be
So
really careful all the way through that of going for those trades because he will lose them. It's almost a guaranteed thing that will happen is that you will
yeah,
lose those trades. But
but he did
likewise,
tank the one hit, and he got the hit through the poise.
through
So that was
yeah.
interesting, and I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can really rely on that. I wouldn't say so.
Coded swords does about you're gonna get one hit for what is it like? I believe the poise damage on dual straight swords is something like 61 poise damage or something. I could be wrong in that. I would ask someone to correct me on that one. But yeah, it's about 60 to 61 poise damage on that. So with the rule set, if you have 99 poise, you can
60.
tank through one. Yeah, it's 60. Gotcha. There is gonna be it's gonna do some damage, but you're now set up to do more damage. They're staggered, you're not, especially with the halberd. So you have that guarantee, you know? You have that guaranteed
Yeah.
stagger on one end, not the on the other. So wonder
I'm wondering
that
what other Ash of Wars work better with that, because I noticed that it seems to be some fringe cases, only really long range cases um not Storm Stomp. What is that? The Storm Shooter? What the hell? What is that
the
called?
cry, I call it. I think it's Beast Roar, if I'm unmistaken, and it's a handy thing to have. It seems to be the go-to. It's a really solid neutral poke. Both players are in neutral. They're trying to find a way in. Maybe the other person kind of creeps back. They don't
Yeah,
get
it's
close
good
enough to
for
be able to
the
do it.
range, but I see people use it close range, and it's just not working. So I'm wondering, and you're allowed to swap your weapon out or
Yes,
no?
you are allowed
So
to
you are
swap your
allowed to
weapon
swap
out.
your weapon out.
Yep.
So I know a lot of people, they have the same weapon just with different Ash of War.
Hmm.
I don't think we've seen that in this tournament at all.
I think we might have seen it once or twice. What we might not see is what's going on in their menuing, but we
Yeah.
will soon find out because if there's anyone who's going to swap, it will be Stilovsky.
Okay.
Count us in.
Here we go. Sorry, because Storm Shooter. That's what it's called. I don't care. Anyways, uh, 3, 2, 1, live.
And there we
Let's
have it,
do it.
ladies and gentlemen. The bomb goes out. And there we have it. See the lightning
Oh,
stake.
lightning! Oh,
Out it comes, and back on coded here again, as Steel is going to be in a little bit of a spot of bother here. Is he trying to bait corner pressure?
huh.
Why would,
That
huh?
I don't know if that's gonna work out for him though, considering
It's
the
kind of
weapons.
a risky maneuver. Either that, or he's just very worried that he's going to creep. That space is going to creep in on his space, and get some down and like get some threatening. He
Oh,
manages to hit him for 441 damage, knocking him out of the air. The cry comes out. As here we have it, as Stilovsky is going to try and find his way. Out comes Lecry once more, as we have
Lecry.
Lecry, I believe as Skip to my Nash would say. The Gravity
Oh,
fans come out
oh,
here trying to
nice.
set up for something. Doesn't manage to get the Frost Bomb to land. That is unfortunate. However, believe both players are going to be on their stagger here. Manages to
I
get a ghost hit there. Go on,
I do
Dante.
think I do think the player who sort of pressures and tries to make things happen for them because of how sort of equal they seem right now. I think
Hmm.
whoever does that ultimately is gonna win.
It's a hard one to tell. I think coded, from my experience in this matchup, if all things being equal, I believe coded can win it just purely because
Ooh,
it
mistake.
wins on damage. That was the butt scratch tech. I'm not even sure if
Yeah.
I don't think that's in this game, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen.
You do that and then you parry, right? Like
And then yeah, or you pivot cancel
Oh,
then
see,
to
now
yeah,
that was a good way to
yeah.
use it right there. That's how you
That's
use it.
it's one of the fastest projectiles in the game as well, remember? So out it comes there. The manages to roll it there once more. The halberd does have a slight advantage here in that it can punish those jumps from neutral,
Well,
seeing as
because
it's
the
like it's an
vertical.
anti-air. But you still have to be
Yeah.
careful for the trade. That's what you really have to be careful where yeah, you get the guaranteed stagger, but coming at the cost of
Oh,
like 200 damage. Not bad.
oh, what is he doing?
500 damage on that one though is definitely
Oh,
not okay.
that was a
Out he
mistake.
comes.
I'm not sure what happened.
It happens to the very best of us. You do get roll caught. You have to
Oh, he
respect it
ran
in
into it.
Stilovsky.
And that's the thing right there. And you saw how Space Ranger was playing. Space Ranger was playing fairly passive there because, like, obviously you want to win. And they played passive up until
Until,
they
yeah.
played aggressive, which will throw off most people because you're thinking, oh, every time I rushed into them, they backed away and they did this or that, right? And then he did it at the end there and he just got shredded. And
Yep.
when you always keep your opponent guessing as to what you're going to do, you have the upper hand for the most part. And that's what
Flex
happened there. He just changed up what he did and he won because of it.
playing flexibly and having like the ability to go, okay, I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna play a game here. I'm gonna play the passive reactive game for a bit.
Yeah.
But timer's gone. Okay, now we go. Now we go
Yeah,
aggressive,
exactly. Like
and now we
and it
switch it
worked.
up. And
Massive
changing it
damage.
in the middle of the round is impressive. So
Yeah.
GG's to Space, he did a really good job. And again, one of the things you'll notice is once you have that opportunity to get the aggression, why let it up? Especially if the other person is in something of a compromised position,
Yeah.
you can definitely go to town and get as much out of it as possible.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Stilovsky, Steel of Sky, who
Yeah.
has been sent up above, or rather sent down
Below
the
to the
sky,
depths of loser's
below to
hell,
the
I guess.
sky.
I don't know.
We will hopefully see them later in the
We
losers
almost had the
bracket.
steel versus steel matchup. Oh, so
Ah,
close. So
close.
close.
Remains
Um
to be seen, but they will be fighting Gomi in the
yeah.
losers bracket, and Space Ranger is going to go on to fight Gene Pool. That should be a pretty good match. Space has done a really good job so far. Spit kind of rough in that first set, but managed to really come through in the
Yeah.
second one.
I think they realized that their play is to be, like you said, passive aggressive essentially. I want to go back to
Mhm.
that match because Stielovsky I think made a couple mistakes there, and one was they were playing sort of the basic game, which
Yeah.
isn't bad or anything, but they didn't mix up anything too much except for the I forgot what it's called, the purple floor explosion.
Oh yes,
But, uh,
the gravity
which
card.
I
Yeah,
think
for
is
sure.
really cool that people use that because I think that's really good. I think that's really good, especially if you
Well,
can get people in a corner.
it guarantees a poise break as well. I'm nearly
Yeah,
sure, at least within our rule set, I'm not sure of a circumstance where that does not poise break someone. So,
and
if yeah,
I just wish he would have had another halberd or another ash of war to make Space Ranger question what he might do next. That's the only thing I would have said. Like, try that out. Have the same weapon but two different Ash of War or something. Because I'm curious what he could have done,
hmm
confusing them. Also, if you are someone in here, do not touch the host. Do not touch the host because that actually messes up how we view the matches.
yeah.
So,
If you'd be ever so kind, I'd appreciate it. Thank you all very much for being so wonderful and being pleasant to the last.
because the thing is, if you're the host for invaders or whoever, it only starts up the fight sound and your HUD will be on there if someone touches you, if it feels like there's a combat or something. So make sure you don't do that. That's kind of a big deal.
hmm And looking on through the rest of the bracket, so we have Balsko versus Yuzu. I'm going to assume that Yuzu is going to be using the exact same setup as he was
No,
using
he said he was
before.
going to be a Dex Pyro. I actually talked to him on the phone, and he
Just
said,
out of spite, is it? It's all Gucci Amir. Don't worry about it. I think are we okay?
"Yeah, let's just go with it." He wants people at the corner of the
The
corner.
exact corner of it. Yeah, the corner
The
of the
corner of the
corner.
corner.
There we go. We're having an argument, I think, with one of a silent. They're miming currently. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
chat can see this, but
They don't
anyhow,
understand, but I mean, personally, I think that's fine. That's fine
I think we're
because
good
they're
to
further
go.
away.
But anyway,
Uh,
on this setup, having like coded, dual coded versus do
yeah,
heavy thrusting, I think we should be good to go with that. Honest to goodness, like how do I feel that that matchup is going to work? I'm kind of curious all of a sudden.
I feel like some of these really go down to just damage.
hmm But
All right.
speaking of damage, we're about to witness some pig damage, as Brenna would say. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez. There we go. The bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen. Both players are at the ready. Both are going to go for their flasks. as we see the large glintstone scraps go out here. The frost comes out, however, not going to
Oh, I
proc.
like this.
We're seeing it as he's
Oh, I
hiding
like
in
this.
behind the
It didn't
corner.
hit him though.
Didn't hit him with that. The frost comes out again, trying to. It's an interesting game here that Balso is trying to play as he's trying to lure him in with using these consumables. However, he is going to be punished as we see
Quick
the quick
step.
stepping. He does a little bit of skittering away out of
Oh,
range.
mistake.
Was that how much damage was that, Dante?
5 something.
Ooh, manages to get the
Oh.
roll catch though. Balso's doing some good damage. He also has the basically does the red and blue feather effect shield, so it's like your mini red and blue tear stone rings, which is
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
nice. He has that shield on his back, which I'm surprised we haven't seen more of. As he is, Yuzu is going to hide behind the corner. The
I like that.
scoundrel.
I like using the stage for whatever you can.
Mhm.
It's smart.
And I think given
Oh,
how tight the stage is, having access to that, but that was a we're getting some good. Balsa is doing some good trades here as he manages to get out and doesn't manage to get the roll catch though. As he's doing this, we're seeing him R1 quick step out and then R1 running R1 right back in, or is it a rolling R1?
no.
However, that's 500 damage again.
Oh, he's
He's so
close. He's one
low.
hit. Oh,
However,
he went in his oh for bestial sling.
Bestial Sling is going to be out, not able to land that roll catch. An R1, you've seen it here, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's what I want to see. I want to see a jump running R2. That gets people a lot.
Almost gets the roll catch on that charge R2 as well.
Oh, that
However,
was worth it. Yeah.
oh, that one wasn't though.
Wow, that
Oh,
he played that well. He knew he needed one hit, and I think he didn't think he was gonna be able to poise through that second hit, and
I
he
think
ended up doing it.
I think what that one boils down to, unfortunately, is that he read that Yuzu was gonna roll. However, Yuzu
Oh, that's
Yuzu
what you
is
think? Okay.
yeah. He read he was gonna roll because he was worried about the poise break again. Yuzu though just stood there and took it because he knows like
Yeah, I mean, that's the
smarter than
thing
your
about
average
this
bear.
game. I've noticed that when you are down, and I could be wrong, and people
Mm.
who've played much more than I have, but it seems like when you're down, it is so much harder to come back because they can sort of bull rush you. And like, because right
Yeah.
there, all you needed was any type of trade, any type of hit, anything. And because you're able to poise through a lot of stuff, it seems like it's a little bit easier in that aspect to get that last hit in that particular instance.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well because again, once you most of this game at a higher level boils down to how well you're able to read. Because anyone can make a good build. Anyone can, generally speaking, reaction roll. It's something difficult for myself, and us golden oldies, not quite able to keep up with the whippersnappers.
Come on, you're like 22 or something.
You know what? I'll take that as a compliment, and we'll leave that where
Hey, I'm
it is.
21, so I don't know. You guys can say whatever you want.
But yeah, it's interesting as well because anyone can reaction roll, but understanding what the optimal move is from the other person's perspective is much more important. However, what is much more important even than that is giving the countdown onto this next round. Dante, darling, would you be
3.
ever so kind?
I'm already here, man. All you gotta say is my name. Say my name once, and I'm in. 3, 2, 1, live.
There we have it, folks. The bomb goes out. Away we go. Both players are going to come out.
Double miss.
Neither one is going to get the punish, though. Interesting. We're seeing an awful lot of this so far in this tourney. Neither side able to actually get any utility out of it. This is rather unfortunate. I would have expected someone to land something by now.
Did he break that bubble?
I would
I guess
assume
that
the
would've,
bubble
yeah.
has been broken. However, it is a little bit desynced, so we won't be able to tell, unfortunately, at our end. But at least one of those large glintstone scraps should have landed. I'd be shocked if
Oh,
they
he
didn't.
missed. What a jump. That was a really well-timed jump.
Yeah, again, we're seeing really solid plays here. Yuzu is going to be hit, though. Oh,
I don't
the
know what's
glintstone
happening.
knocked him
I
down.
I
Raptors
am
of the Mist
confused.
gives you iframes, which is the weapon art that Yuzu used, and
Yeah.
allows you to return with a jumping attack. So what
Oh,
Yuzu's
okay, I
doing is
see.
he's setting up for that, and then coming in to punish. Out it comes there as he clips him for 300 damage. Whew, smart use here of that. Balsa's gonna really have to adjust how he's doing this because
Yeah.
it's like
Oh, that's
speaking of
it.
which, he's put away.
Oh man, I
Was
gotta
he?
say it. Yuzu almost looked like he could have sort of spammed and won because he was winning the trades. It was
I
kind
mean,
of,
I
I don't
think
know. I think Balsco thought it was gonna go differently, and maybe it didn't work out that way. But Yuzu goes on.
it was interesting that he went for for the quick step as opposed to Storm Stomp. I think Storm Stomp may have been a better option there, just to shut down the aggression and as well as that to
Yeah,
counter their air. However, that's going to be lat dependent. If they have really low ping, having the ability to like not have to worry about a weird trade would probably be a smarter option. I can't tell what the ping was like. It looked pretty good. So maybe that would have been a good
it,
option to like
yeah,
shut
it
down
didn't
the
look too
anti-air.
bad. Yeah, it didn't. But I wonder, like, is Storm Stomp even worth it? Like, let's say someone, they do the double slash with the coated sword
Hmm.
into your Storm Stomp. You get the Storm Stomp and your hit. I don't think that's worth that sort of trade.
Maybe. It depends, because if they button press right off the bat, I think they land with hmm. I think if both players press at the same time, I think you will be in counter frames, so you'll be liable to get that get
Oh, I
counter hit
see.
trade.
Yeah, that
That
might
would be
be.
frame dependent, which is why I'm kind of hesitant because it's kind of dependent on latency. So I'm not so sure. I'd be
Yeah.
very curious as to I'm not sure what you think about that.
Well, all I know is Balsco is now going to go against Provocateur, and I just want to point that out. He loses round.
You're still
And
smitten, my friend.
I don't know. I'm curious to see what's going on with because and I always say I love double elimination, and I'll say
Hmm.
this all the time. I love it because it gives people a chance to come back, and
Yep.
maybe they can shake a little bit of the rust. Maybe like, all right, this is how this game is going now. Here's how the net works. Here's how things are people are playing, and so on. But we are ready. Let's do it.
We are ready. We have Kyo versus Miasma. Kyo on the far corner, Miasma on the near corner. Ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Allez. There we have it. The bomb goes out. And there we have it. Both players are going to go for center.
What?
Doesn't manage
How?
to land the beast roar.
Okay.
What? That was an interesting interaction. Oh my word. Out comes the trade here.
Oh, the
500
damage.
damage, but it doesn't matter because he's still going to win. I think that was
It did
tears
hit him.
popping.
Yeah.
I think that was tears popping, to be honest with you. Miasma is going to put the pressure here, forcing Kyo off him
Seen a
there as
little
the
bit of
Beast Roar
weird
comes
net
out.
there.
There's some interesting interactions going on. I'm not sure if that's coast side or if that's this side. However, it seems to be pretty good for both of the players here as the anti-air comes
Oh,
out.
is that? Oh,
Oh
he's
my
close.
god, that's almost
Knives.
game. Out comes the knives.
There it is.
Not
Wow.
able to swap
That
to
is so
the
hard to get
owner
out of
in
that.
time. Rip
Whew.
Fs for
He
Kyo
got him
there.
down low fast.
Very
I
quickly.
blinked and it was like half his life was done.
He has to be super careful. He has to be super, super careful with
You
that
get
set.
trapped. Yeah, you
Yeah,
get trapped
exactly.
up in any. I mean, and we've seen it with so many weapons, right? I mean, that's people have complained about the damage, which is why
Hmm.
we allow those flasks, um, or the tiers to go in here. So it's kind of almost
Yeah,
everything does massive damage. Otherwise, it's
everything.
almost
Yeah,
like you're playing wrong.
anything built
Uh,
well will hit like a truck. Now, the truck hitting in question, not all trucks are built equal. If I know that's hard to believe, so some of them will do extra damage and more damage, and you
Moonveil?
have to like. Moonveil hits pretty hard, but here's the funny part: it hits about as hard as Unsheath.
Okay.
So one of the builds that I love going for, this is probably one of my favorite because it's a really interesting setup, is especially going up against Uggs, is going Katana on board with just an unsheathed Nagakiba. It's so much fun. True, true that it does 3-shot. You don't have the
Really?
extra amount. It,
Okay.
it doesn't have the extra amount of range that the Moonveil does have. So I think it's a little bit more reasonable, but it still hits for like if someone's has bad absorption, hits for like a
Yeah.
1,000 damage.
So
It's
have we
pretty.
figured out what's the worst absorption You know how in Dark Souls 3 it was all about dark. Everybody was dark
Oh,
damage, this, that. In this game, is there a best or worst, or is it rather
lightning,
similar?
I believe, across the board has lower absorption. I believe.
Lightning.
Yeah, I'm seeing lightning, lightning, lightning. Yeah, there we go. In this tourney, it might be different because you can, of course, eat the lightning liver, which will, of course, like, yeah,
I see. Okay. That's
yeah.
pretty interesting. I
Holy,
wonder.
maybe more so because the holy liver is not permitted, unfortunately. So
Holy
that's what.
liver.
No, that sounds like a great metal song or a metal album,
Yeah.
maybe.
Dio sang that song. He was trying to get
Oh.
healthy, so he was eating liver. He was trying to be the liver demon king. Um,
Interesting. As we have both of our players in, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this one is going to pan out. All right, Dante, are you prepared mentally,
and
physically,
Kyo
spiritually?
is up. Kyo is up one.
Kyo, Kyo up one. Kyo versus Miasma. I believe Miasma's
Is
1-0.
it miasma?
Miasma has the one. Yes, is 1-0
Okay.
to Miasma.
All right.
So
Miasma is closer to us. Okay.
that is correct and right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, and a 2, and a 1. Ale. There we go. The bomb goes out, ladies and gentlemen. And both players are going to go for their physic as
Okay.
we see the
They're buffing.
knives come out. Yeah, both buffs being rather cordial to one another. We won't have a screaming match before the match even starts for proper. At 528
Oh.
damage,
Oh man.
700 on a
Oh
trade.
my
What?
god. Oh, 1500 and 3
Oh,
hits.
almost manages to roll catch there, even though he rolled a storm stomp.
Yeah, I don't know how he rolled out of that. That looked pretty good.
Out comes the almost sets up the storm stomp there again, however, not quite able to do it. And again,
Missing
they're
running attack?
running.
Oh my lord. What are we why?
Oh,
Again?
I would 500 damage on that one.
Storm
Almost
stomp?
catches him.
Oh,
So
missed.
close. He thought he was dead. I
There it is.
guarantee it. I
Yeah.
guarantee it. Poor Kai thought
Yeah.
it was all over. Oh, and
Let's be
this,
honest, it didn't really matter at that point.
you know
That was a
what?
pretty good destruction.
All he needed, all Kai needed, as we've seen with these twin great spears, is one or two L1s at an inopportune moment to really
Yeah.
turn it around. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go for a quick break. My wonderful host Dante and I will be back shortly.
Are we? Can I just talk to everyone? You guys can
Uh,
keep me on. I'll just keep talking. No.
we will go for a quick 5-minute break. I won't
That's all
leave
right.
you. I won't let you suffer in
Yeah.
chat. That was
I'll
a
still
joke.
be
I
in
love
chat
you.
though.
Please, please, please don't hold it
No.
against me. Okay, please, pretty, please.
We'll be back.
Well, anyway, if you wish to join these tournaments, exclamation point ERPVP is where you can get access to the ladder. It is, of course, the place to be. And not only that, if you wish to view how the challenge is plodding along and to have a full view of the rule set in this, I remember the number, I know what I'm doing, $350 major. The first major we've had so far in ERPVP. Exclamation point challenge. Exclamation point chal. CHAL. We'll give you the link to that. And, of course, these events are time to shamelessly shill. These events are, of course, community driven. We cannot do it without your support. If you want, exclamation point donate. And we would be forever in your debt for your generosity. But from me and Dante, we will talk to you all in just a moment. Chat you in 5.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome back to this, the Festival of Combat, ERPVP first major $350 EU, Russia, and Middle East tourney. I am, of course, your
Right.
host, End of the Lion, and I am again joined by my beautiful assistant.
The
Dante.
slorpy, sloppy master himself. That's right. I am here live with you. And as you may have not known or may have known, through the challenge you can go
Yes.
to through exclamation point
Ciao.
Chow.
That's the one.
First place, 200, Dolores. Second place, 100, and third place, 50. That's where the 350 comes from. And as you said before the break, this is all it's the community. The
Yeah.
community has brought this together. The
Yes.
community has helped fund it and do all this stuff for all of these combatants to go in there and destroy each other's faces. So that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited to get back into the action. Take it away,
And
Enda.
yes, and we are of course here looking at Gene Pool versus Space Ranger in the first best of 5 between these two players. And I'm really excited for how this match is going to go. And I think I'm ready. I'm prepared mentally, physically, vaguely spiritually,
Yes.
metaphysically. Are you prepared, Dante?
I am ready. I'm very interested to see how they are going to change their ways of playing now that they have an extra loss
Yeah.
ability in this.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale. And the bomb goes out, kind of. There we go. All
Okay.
right.
And that they
And
are humanoid or
they're
whatever. They're
they bow, and they're both wearing the untrue dark equivalent.
yeah, this is like
They're
real
they're
fighting.
gaming right now.
Oh.
Absolute mad
Oh,
lads.
here. So these are some colossal swords then finally.
And we finally see Colossal make it out as both
Colossal
players
mirror?
are Colossal Mirror. That's the first time we've seen it, and it is going to be a mirror. Both of them, that's the first one, and R1 comes out nothing to gain out of it. That may or may not have been a misclick. However, we are looking at both players here having a really solid neutral game. We're seeing the goblin step where they crouch and uncrouch, holding onto the crouched input for as long as possible. That is one of the mainstays of it, and Space is going to take damage, does a jumping attack.
Yeah.
Something that wasn't a crouch poke?
Well, yeah, I
My
mean
word.
that's the get out of the sort of spam crouch
Yeah.
poke, right? I mean, that's one of the ways to get around it if you're going to stay that close.
Both players are going to do it. We do see. Oh, he manages to get it again. Does
It's
the roll,
so
goes for the
fast.
trade. It is. We haven't seen the vortex just yet, as neither player is able to get like a solid roll catch chain going just yet. But again, both of these guys are probably concentrating particularly hard, as it is so fast. You have to have your utmost concentration to make sure that you can actually roll it correctly and not get roll caught, because you can again with an Uggs roll catch on
Nice
reaction
spacing.
punished. Ooh, he's gonna be careful with that one. What we might even see, I've definitely seen used last in the tournament, the jumping attack whiffs there. However, he does force a roll. What I have seen used is changing up between the running, the trade, 365 to 367. The tiers is popped as we see the pressure now on Space. Space is gonna have to
Oh,
find his way out of this one. However, he does
oh,
find it. Ooh, in the corner though.
that looked like a
Oh,
bad roll.
how
Nice jumping attack. The
manages
range
to
on this.
block it, bravely blocks it there, because if he gets poise broken, he could be out of this. That could be one
Yeah, the
round.
riposte is
Yeah,
basically death.
that would be death. That might even go through tears, I'm not sure. But we have both players back in neutral.
Look at this. This is a strange dance. You don't know anything about this game. You're like, what is happening here?
So what they're doing is they're trying to store the crouch, and as well as that, the stamina regen from going into a
Hey,
crouch
maybe they
position
are
also goes up.
Russian. They might be doing the Russian dance.
Interesting theory, my friend.
They are,
As we
yeah, huh.
yeah. We are going to see these both players both trying to bait out attacks here from this.
Nice
As we see
timing.
the roll catch chain goes for an actual rolling attack, not the crouch. That is
Yeah,
the mix up.
which is unparryable, which blows my mind. Uh, I don't
Is
know what
it
to say
not
about that.
parryable?
I was told it's unparryable on Colossals.
I
Oh, how
must
did that miss?
just I think the jump was just up in the air. Again, your lower body half does no longer has a hurt box on it, so it's an interesting thing that sometimes you can jump over it. Also, I'm not quite sure what the connection is like. It seems pretty good between both of these
Oh,
players, however.
oh, that was nice.
Space.
Space was trying to space. Uh, I'll be honest. I don't know who was who because they were using the same weapon. Um,
That
So
was
I don't
space
actually
there.
know who
It
won.
was space at the end there who managed to get hit, unfortunately.
Okay, all
So
right.
we have Gene Pool taking the first round and the first Uggs to make an appearance so far in the tourney.
They
But
had to have talked to each other, right?
I guarantee they did it. I absolutely guarantee those like, yo, do you want to do something cool real quick? Do
It
you want to
it
show
did
off?
seem, yeah, it honestly, I kind of like that matchup because it sort of it shows, given that everything's sort of the same. I mean, they were doing
Mhm.
basically the same amount of damage, right? It shows sort of, can I outplay the opponent with the tools I'm given? Nothing
Yeah.
too crazy, just sort of very basic stuff, and can I outplay him? So I do like that aspect of it. Obviously, it was a little bit long of a match. I was very afraid someone was going to get disconnected. That's my only reason for not wanting that, is because that will just make things depressing. But
Yeah, it would be, but thankfully enough, we got
yeah,
we persevered through the power of hope. We managed to not have a disconnect on that one
yeah,
there, I think, and
yeah.
friendship
Thankfully,
probably
man.
played a role as well. But yeah,
Uh,
it's. How do you feel about Uggs mirrors so far from what you've seen,
Personally,
Dante?
I like him because one of the things I love
Hmm.
about the game is sort of trying to read your opponent, and if you have an opponent who's doing gimmicks or doing some crazy constant swapping, you have to play a certain way, which is passive, because you
Hmm.
can never know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
In this sort of matchup, you know what they can do. Like, there's no crazy stuff they can do. They could, jump, crouch, do your normal stuff they can do.
Yeah.
So I like that aspect where it's really, it boils it down to basic timing and spacing and trying to read your opponent. And I love that type of gameplay personally. Now, obviously,
Yeah.
it was a little bit longer of a match than I would like normally, but I think every now and then that's fine. If every match was like that, I wouldn't like it, because this would
Interesting.
be 35 hours. But uh, but every now and then I do like the sort of basic cool gameplay of just, that's how it is.
And again, I've always been a big fan of mirrors because it is very much a test of the other person's skill compared to the other person. Can I hold myself
Yeah.
together when all of the setups are the same in a 50-50 matchup, which is literally what these things are? And
Yep.
then very slight variables. Is my build better? Let's assume they're on even the same. They could even be on a very similar build.
Yep.
However, all speculation to that effect must cease because we both our contestants are in. I'm ready. Dante, are you?
Yes.
All
3,
right.
2, 1. Live.
Alley. There we have it. The bomb goes out, ladies and gentlemen. And both of our players
Honor
are going
bowing.
to bow. The mad lads. Manners in a tournament? What is this? Is
I'm
everything
not gonna
okay?
say not gonna say what we used to call that in Dark Souls 2 days, but there's
Perhaps for the
there
best we don't go
yeah.
there. But yeah, both players are going to find neutral here. And Space, I think that's first blood
Yep.
to Gene Pool. A Space is getting a hit here. I imagine after Lucy dropping that first, there we go.
Oh boy. That's unfortunate.
That is
Space is down
unfortunate.
0-2.
Yeah, that would be there was a life advantage there to our dear
Ah,
friend
that's
Gene
unfortunate.
Pool.
Now, why didn't he take a lot of damage early on with that? Because they were
What it
normally taking around like 360, but he only took like 280 or
what I
something.
would imagine that could be is a combination of both the crab and I would imagine it's also it could be the physics that they're drinking as well. May have like the what's the name of it? Is it the opaline?
Oh, the
What's the
one with
name?
the defense?
Yeah, it's the one that
Okay,
raises
I
your
gotcha.
absorption as well, plus the ring, not the ring, that sorry, excuse me. Get with the
The
times.
talisman.
Get with the talisman.
Yeah, get
Um,
with it, bro.
that improves
These
your
are colossal
absorption. Yeah.
swords, all right, buddy?
No, I'm gonna call them ultras forever. I'm not letting it
I
go, man.
I don't know. Yeah, some of them it's tough. It's tough to get out. At least with talismans, they are completely
Mm,
different items. So that's but like the swords are still like Zweihander is the same exact sword. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
exactly.
It's not, it's two-hander, whatever.
Shield talisman as well. I'm seeing it here. Some people are confirming that it is
Does it
shield
do
talisman. Another
see,
thing.
I thought in PvP it didn't do much defense. Like it was basically worthless in PvP, whereas PvE, that's where it shines.
No, you're thinking of the one that improves your absorption all the time. It's like the shield ring talisman in
I see. Oh,
yes,
never mind.
exactly.
Yeah, you're
So
right. I was
that's the
thinking of the other
difference
one.
with it. Yeah. And again, it's a marginal difference. It definitely adds to a bit. It's like, it's unfortunate. Such an unfortunate state of affairs that the damage that was dealt there, so we're looking at 2 hits there, we'll say 90 damage on the first hit, which was like, how much was it? That would have been through a block as well. I would have thought that that would have procced the shield ring right
Yeah,
off the bat.
that's why I
That
thought
would
that
have
was
been my
weird.
thought, but
Yeah.
it is as it is.
It is
And there we go.
shocking the amount of defense blocking with some of these weapons gives you. I
It's
It's crazy. Cause
it's
like
kind of the
you're
same in
doing
Dark
like
Souls,
500
yeah.
damage, but then when you block with a weapon, which should be bad, like it
Mm.
reduces it significantly.
And it is significant as well. It is incredibly significant. Now, and we're just waiting for our players to get in. Hopefully, Space is sorting out whatever's going on.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell based on PC business, it seems like it's almost a no fault situation,
We
which
may
is
have spoken too soon. Judging the judges have come back to us, and it says that that was a reset, ladies and gentlemen. This is why we have the judging
why
team.
was that a reset?
I believe it was because it wasn't substantial, and as the ruling stated, and it's at the judge's discretion ultimately. They are saying that it is a reset. So there we go.
Interesting.
Good. It's a 1-0, ladies and gents. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again, and we get a solid next couple of rounds out of this because these semifinals are looking to be absolutely incredible.
All
Yeah,
right.
there we go. So a reset it is.
Yeah, a reset. It's 1-0 Gene Pool over Space Ranger for now. We'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
we will see what happens again. Space is definitely going to be shaken. I'd be definitely worried after that one. That would definitely throw you.
Yeah.
It's going to
Are we
throw
ready?
you for. Yo, I'm ready if you are.
Yeah,
Is that?
let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
All
here. You
right.
can't see him because he's
Oh, he's
has the
not
thing
right.
on. Yeah.
There we go. All
He's
right,
not
ladies
he's
and
not a
gentlemen.
freaking red, yeah. So here we go. Three,
uh,
2, 1, live.
there we go, Ali. Ladies and gentlemen, as both players are now going to bow again. They're
Hey,
so
I'm okay with it.
courteous.
Yeah.
And
But they're not
seems
Canadian, so I don't understand this.
it seems as if
There
we're
we go.
having some issue with the screen, according to some people. So it might be worth making sure we're on the right one, ladies and gents. There we go. And we have both players going on here in this neutral position.
Ooh, double hit.
Base is doing its business. We can see now. And there we have it. We have really solid aggression
Oh man.
here on the side of Gene Pool. Gene Pool is giving him absolutely no
Oh
room to breathe.
man. It's
Absolutely
so
none.
scary.
Keeping it up. Out comes the jumping attack there. Nothing to get out of it. However, not even Base is able to get the aggression off on it as we return to this neutral position.
Yeah. Gene Pool's ahead by a lot though. What, like five hits he's ahead?
There's a couple of there are a good couple of hits in here, and it's I if I was Space, I'd be in a bad spot as he tries to space it, but to no avail. As he
Eh,
is clipped.
There's something he's taking much less damage, but I don't know what the deal is. Oh, I think he
It
popped
could
his
yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I could have popped the thing.
283? The
283
first match
there.
that he was doing like 360 damage, so I don't know what he did.
280 on that one. I'm very curious. Are they playing with lower upgraded weapons? No shot.
Nah, you know what? Maybe it was that they attacked during another attack, so it was a counter hit. I don't know. Oh man,
200 damage there on
Gene
that.
Pool just
Gene Pool's giving
Gene
him
Pool had it
absolutely
down, man. He had that
no.
timing down.
The amount of aggression he's piling on. Like
It looks like he's more comfortable with this.
if you
That's what
look
it
at
looks
it,
like.
yeah, it looks like the first round was kind of like, yeah, I'm just gonna sit back, I'm gonna chill, I'm gonna try and figure it out here in this first round. We're gonna try and like get cozy with this. We have 3 rounds. It doesn't matter if I throw around. And now he's like, nope, no prisoners. We're going
Yeah.
straight to town on him, and it's definitely showing again confidence and aggression. Really, really Really
I mean,
powerful
he's
stuff.
now obviously you can be more confident when you're ahead, but even before he was ahead, he obviously had to get those hits some way,
Yeah.
and he did. But it was just he seems like he's maybe a little bit better versed in this. Like maybe they've used it a little
Yeah.
bit more. Because
I-
the way they're playing is because I thought there'd be more trades with this matchup,
Yeah.
and it doesn't seem like that's the case.
Yeah. And again, what it seems is both of these guys clearly have played each other a bunch. Like they
Yeah,
probably
maybe.
know
Yeah,
each other IRL with how they're acting right now. Like the
yeah,
bowing before the fight, the the untrue ring on or whatever.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
honest to goodness. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Dante,
3, 2, 1, live.
go. And here we have it. The explosion is out as both players are going to bow again.
Hey, I like it. I
Oh,
like it.
and
Oh,
out comes the physic. And are they gonna
okay.
they've eaten it? Interesting
Reformed
here.
players.
As both players are going to go back into this really solid neutral here. Both players are really looking for those opportunities. What they're really looking for here is
Yeah.
either a misclick or just slowly creeping into distance. But
Yeah.
they know each other so well.
The
Ugh,
spacing's very important in this matchup.
it is
Oh, and
incredibly.
that was ooh, he
Speaking of
couldn't get any
space,
chain though.
space is going to be pretty important in this one. As, but look at this Gene Pool right in with that aggression,
I love it.
and almost puts him over to the ring out edge. Is he tried to
Oh my
pressure him
god,
in
look
that
at this
direction?
chase down.
Yeah,
This
no.
is this is scary. It's scary for anyone, man.
But he
Nice.
is going to be clipped for 200 damage, 372 there with the block after the next one.
It's so
Both play.
crazy that he has stamina after that block.
Well, keep in mind he has stamina because and keeping the pressure on.
Oh my
Let
god, I love it.
there is no chill. The time for chilling has
Yeah.
long since left us. Oh my god. We're seeing the downloading that like he must have been a zip online for how downloaded Gene Pool has space right
It
now. This is
and
nasty.
he's literally just a step ahead
Just
of
one
space.
step
He's just
ahead
very slightly ahead, and that's all you need.
in space. Tries
Look
to
at that.
find
Look
it.
at that
He,
spacing, man. And the
he's down for the
timing.
last.
Gene Pool. You gotta give him credit. In that match, I really thought it would have been much more trading and much more back and forth. And he just showed that he was able to use that weapon and utilize that play style just a little bit better.
Just like you have to picture it for everyone at home. It's like, oh, just reaction move, bro. Let's just think about this for half a
It's not
second.
that easy.
The amount of not only do you have the chaos of what all the other things the dude can do. Yeah, it's highly likely he's going to throw out that Uggs poke. Jump, he could jump. He could. Oh yeah, he can jump attack. He can stagger it. He can stand up and stagger it.
Yep.
Like it's really hard. Like even if it was reactable, I wouldn't feel bad here for the
Yeah.
poor unfortunate space
Even
there in
queued
that round.
rolls, right?
Yup.
So like
Cute.
like you make a mistake, you think, oh crap, I messed up on my roll, and then you get queued, and then you're like, oh man, are they gonna
Yep.
attack again? And then you get caught in a chain. Like, should I jump? If I jump too early, I might get hit. If I jump too
Yep.
late, I might get hit. It's man. And his spacing too. Not only that,
Yeah.
but his
This.
spacing, especially
Yeah.
when some of these and everyone knows this with your net being how net works. Uh sometimes things have added range that they really shouldn't.
It
So
happens,
his spacing was
unfortunately.
like pretty amazing as well as just his reads, his timing, all of that stuff. So I
But
like that.
space. Yeah, that sends poor Space Ranger down into the losers bracket, and with Gene Pool then moving on to the main bracket finals, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not over yet. The semi-finals for this, the well, the main bracket finals
Main
are going to
brackets.
be finished.
Yeah,
Main
yeah.
bracket finals. Let's clarify that he has moved on to that, and we have Yuzu and Miasma here in this next best of five for the semi-final round. This is going to be an important match.
I don't know if they're going to be
Yeah,
as honorable, if I'm being honest.
I don't
Uh,
think anyone's going to be that honorable. I think that was that
yeah.
was positively wholesome. That was uncomfortably wholesome, to be
Yeah.
completely honest with you.
Yep.
But, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to crack on with this next round. As we have, who do we have in this nearest part? We have Miasma closest and Yuzu in the farthest. Dante, will you give us the countdown?
3, 2, 1. Let's get slorpy.
Slorpy.
All right, let's do it, guys. Come on.
Anyway, moving on.
No more,
Moving
no
on.
more joking around, weirdos. All right,
Both players are going to go for their buffs, and we see Yuzu getting damage right off the bat here. As we have Miasma trying to pressure him, pressuring him right off to the edge
oh,
there.
storm
However,
stop.
Yuzu is going to get hit there, hit with 2 R1s. Miasma is going to try and strafe around it to get a more advantageous position, trying to put himself towards the edge there. That was kind of
Oh,
surprising.
what a
Hit with
mistake.
400
Nice
damage
spacing.
though. Out comes the Storm Stomp. He is going to be pressured, however, his tears will pop. Manages to
Wow.
jump it. Yuzu's going to be in a spot of bother here if he does not reaction roll this.
Nice.
Manages to pop. I'm not sure how he didn't get his tears off there. Did he manage to stagger him off?
What a mistake, but it
Oh,
worked.
but he barely gets away with that one just in time. As Yuzu's going to be in that
Storm
one, as he
stop.
is going to be. And he's put away
Wow.
Miasma.
That was a
Not miss.
really nice read. Oh, you don't get infinite poise on storm stop, do you?
You get a considerable amount of hyper armor, and depending on what you're using, which in this case I assume they're going to be on the max amount of poise that they can
Yeah.
be,
Oh
is
man,
going to
that
be
was
virtually unstaggerable, if
because
I
you
remember
saw it
correctly.
earlier. You saw that he got hit by the coated swords and he lost the trade into the Ash of War and R1.
Yep.
You lost that trade, but it reset things in
Yes.
that. So it was kind of good. But then at the end, he pulled it out, and he must have had what 100 life left.
I
It was
would say
very
so. It
close.
was a very close one. Like, it was either like a big brain read or it was absolute luck. You know what? I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and call that a big brain read. You have
I
the
think it
end of
was a read.
certified you end of certified moment there.
I do think. I mean, because either way, if he did a running attack or a jumping
Mhm.
attack, it was going to be the same result.
Exactly.
So I think that was definitely read. Plus, he had him backed up in a corner where, what are they going to do? He might have even been able to spam it. I'm not sure. So it
I'm
was.
not sure what he could
That
have
was
done
pretty good.
there. There was a couple of other mix-ups he could have done once he was in that recovery state. Again, like perhaps like they would have gone for a trade. I'm not sure the latency between either of these gents,
Yeah.
but that's all one thing. What is the thing is the violence that is about to ensue. Dante, are
Yes.
you ready? Because I
I'm
know I.
excited. Let's see if
All right,
Miasma
then.
can do it again.
All right, on a
Let's see.
3, on a 2, on a 1. Ale. There we have the explosions are going to be doing a little bit of exploding, ladies and gents, as both players are going to go for their buffs. We have the physic here from Miasma, and I believe Yuzu has gone for Black Flame Protection, which of course
Is
buffs.
that better than the Erd Tree protection or whatever?
It definitely does a considerable amount. I think it's build
Oh,
dependent, I think, but these
oh,
plays
what
Yuzu
was
really
that?
trying to land that jumping. He's trying to land the Raptors of the Mist so he can
Okay.
do the jump up into the air and punish him. However, it doesn't
Oh, what a
matter as he's
mistake.
going to take a substantial amount of damage. Almost
Oh,
catches him with the
nice
anti-air
read.
miasma for a
I
2-0.
oh, that was a very nice read at the end to go for that. Yuzu was that was the bad part of aggression. And we saw that earlier with
Yeah,
two stock hilariously. Is you see what someone has and what they're doing and then you keep getting caught in it. At some point you have to change your game plan. You have to be like, "All right, let me wait a second cuz this aggression
yeah.
didn't work with this specific Ash of War." And yes, they do more damage with it, but right there it didn't work because they got in the whirlwind, like the
I
literal whirlwind.
I do understand what he's trying to go for. He's trying to set it up so he can reset and perhaps
Yeah.
get a little bit of aggression. But it seems Miasma is smarter than your average bear and is really punishing it every single time. I'm going to be super curious as to how he's going to adapt to this because he seems to
Yeah.
have a very specific game plan and it doesn't seem to be working out for him. So
Well, that's the
really,
thing that I find very interesting about this, and you don't see it often. I would say it's very rare. You don't see people change sort of their play style enough to sort of come back from a deficit like this. It's very rare. Like you have seen it, but you, it's tough, especially if you've played a certain way for so long, to be like, all right, I'm not going to play that way. It's like me going passive. It's so difficult for me to play passive. I hate it. So then when I do play passive, which is different than my normal, I'm like worse at it than most players, right?
Yeah.
So what happens when you try to take away their certain play style with what they have versus the other person? It's tough. There are players who can do it, and I'm not saying Yuzu
Yeah.
can't do it, but it's tough. It is really tough to do that.
It's important to remember as well, even like if a dozen people are like telling you, yo, stop doing this, sometimes it can be very difficult in the moment to either internalize it or recognize it. So like, yeah, we can
Yeah.
be pretty like, oh, yo, why don't you do this? We're not there. We're not thinking what here
Well,
we're thinking.
yeah,
There
of
could be a
course. I
game
mean,
plan as well. Yeah.
there are things that are kind of interesting though, because there's a meta game in the meta game, right? So the same thing with Dark Souls 3, where at a time you were a noob if you spammed. But then after a while, if you spammed, it wasn't a noob tactic anymore because people were rushing into you thinking, oh, you're not going to spam. So then there was a certain mind games, and it is possible that maybe that's what they thought. Oh, they're not going to do this again because
Yeah.
that's not usually how people play. So I'm going to go in and try to attack in a certain way, blah, blah, blah. It is interesting. I don't know if this game is really at that point yet. I could be wrong.
We'll figure it out. Again, like, weapon art spamming in general is useful. It's very useful.
Because I feel like
Some would
you're
argue
fairly
too
safe
useful.
with Storm Stomp, right? I mean,
You can be
there's not...
punished. You can be whiff punished for it. Maybe not on straight swords, but Yuzu definitely they should at least have other options that he can punish it with. It's not there are other setups that can. I mean, you probably, if you're on a meta build right now, you probably have the straight sword. You probably have like, sorry, not a straight sword. You probably have a long range option. You probably have your great thrusting sword, etc., etc. You have all these other options, as both of our gents are going to clean up the litter. How very considerate. These guys
Yeah.
are
Well,
super.
yeah, they don't want to get stuck in the scene.
Yeah, yeah.
I've definitely
Well,
had a tournament where that happened once, so...
but without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. No,
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
apparently
whoa,
not.
whoa.
We have a
Whoa, 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 whoa.
connectivity
I'm
issue.
glad it happened. I'm glad it happened now and got it out of the way, all right?
Just at, I think that's a almost around to someone that was a joke. Please, let's not.
That would be...
Dear
I would,
Lord,
honestly, I would laugh if I was like,
cry.
oh, well, he
I
lost.
cry. Yeah.
There you go. We have strict rules here, ladies and gentlemen. Strict rules, and that's
Yeah,
funny. I'm glad it happened there,
that,
though.
yeah, no, at least it didn't happen during the middle of the round,
Yeah.
thankfully enough. And again, whew,
That was close.
that was we dodged that bullet, chat. All right.
All right. Well, while this is happening, let's talk about a little bit of losers round. So
Yeah.
I don't want to mention names, but I'm going to anyway because this is what I love. Provocateur goes in loser round. Fan favorite. I don't know. A lot of people said it in the chat. Fan favorite.
By
Goes
fan
against
favorite,
Two
by fan favorite, he means Dante's favorite. Okay, don't even. You can't get that one past us, Dante. I'm real sorry, but I'm sorry.
2v1,
No
2v1 over two stock. Okay, goes on 2v1 over Balsco, but then sad to see him go 0-2 against Steel Dash, and Steel Dash is moving on in the losers round. All right, we are ready. Let's do it.
We are ready. Without. Quick. Whew. All right. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1, ladies and gentlemen, Ali. There we have it. And I believe we have Miasma in the near corner here, and we have, of course, Yuzu in the far
Ooh,
corner.
mistake.
Both
That was a
going for
mistake
their
by
buff
Miasma.
as well.
Yeah.
390 damage right off the bat. This is an interesting one, as he's punished.
Wait, what's
then...
going on with his weapons here? Oh,
interesting.
did he switch weapon?
He
What is
did
the deal?
switch weapon. He seems to have gone onto coded and what seems to be, I'm not sure what the other. He's gone for the longer range, I think, of the
Interesting. But that won't break the poise though if he gets that hit.
It will, because they're both straight swords. They do the exact same amount of poise damage.
Yeah, but can't they take one hit?
Ooh, manages to knock him off there.
Oh, nice timing.
He's in the corner. He has to be in a spot of bother here. Goes for the backwards jumping attack there to almost catch him. Almost lands an R2. Goes for the trade. He is so close to dead. This is messy. as he almost gets him. However, he's not able to get the punish on the Flask. They are both incredibly low here. I believe Yuzu may be two-shot here, but definitely
Well, one
Miasma's
combo
going to be
should probably
one-shot.
kill
Yeah,
either.
well...
Oh, what?
He's just allowed the
City,
backstab!
City.
And
He's
he
just gonna
finishes
take
him off!
backstab
With
City,
the
ladies and gentlemen.
backstab!
I can't believe it. I didn't expect it. I thought it was going to be a trade at the end, like a Storm Stomp. He dies with Storm Stomp into coded trade or whatever, double straight sword trade. Wow. To the City. 1-2. Yuzu 1, Miasma 2. We're going on to fight number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
Fight 4? Are they going to bring it to 5? That was stylish. I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit
Yuzu got out
excited after
ahead.
that one.
Yuzu got out ahead like quickly, and you saw the damage was apparent right away, and it looked like Miasma made a couple mistakes not getting their Ash of War out, something like that.
Yeah.
And then they were in a deficit. Then they started to claw their way back in, and then that backstab was interesting. Would you assume they were trying to go for another attack, another something that made him sort of stuck standing there?
The oh god, the Raptor of the Mists, I believe it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Raptors of the Mist is the one that allows you to do the jumping attack afterwards, if I recall correctly. Again, super situational. Maybe against Uggs it might be interesting, but I still think they can just spam through it. I'm not sure though.
It was close. I mean, it was basically one hit each. Maybe two. If I think Storm Stomp and Poke would have killed, which I think he was trying to rely on.
Yeah, maybe.
But the straight swords would have killed in one hit.
He was so close. So close. So, you know, he was a read off. He was perhaps expecting him to keep up the aggression there towards the end, or he needed to get out to catch a breather. So I'm really not sure like what the end game plan here was. So I'm really not sure. But, ladies and gentlemen, semi-finals, best of 5. We are on match 4 currently between the wonderful and Miasma on the near side and Yuzu on the far. Ladies and gentlemen, Dante, will you give us the call in?
2, 1, live.
And there we have it. Out goes the bomb that is about to blow up. And here we have it.
Wait
now.
a second, I've heard that before. No.
Both players here coming in. And the Storm Stomp comes out there. We see a little bit of damage there. Is he out of mana already? Surely he's not out of blue. Or did I just miss something there? Hardly. As you see,
so he just completely got away from coded.
Gone off.
Oh my god! Look at the damage. What's going on there?
For the Aristocrat.
Oh, there's that range.
Interesting. Takes the damage here. Manages to be clipped again.
Oh, Miasma cannot trade.
That is not good. That is not good at all.
There it is.
He takes it. And we're on match 5.
We are going to the 5th. 2-2.
Going 2-2.
Wow. This is, like I said, it's tough to come back from a certain... He's making changes, although I also think Miasma's making a couple mistakes. Trading. Miasma's trying to trade and maybe relying too heavily on the Ash of War.
He cannot win it. We're just checking something here. Interesting.
It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. Sorry, after you.
I was just going to say, I just... Miasma's actually has to, and I hate saying this because I feel like it goes against everything I stand for. He has to play a little bit slower because he's getting out damaged, and the speed at which the damage is coming at him is destroying him because he can't trade with it. He loses that trade. I think he probably even gets outranged in a lot of areas because there's a bit of strange range with the straight swords. So he's got to play a little bit slower, and he's got to pick and choose instead of going sort of balls to the walls aggression. And I hate saying it, but if he wants to win, and it's always usually the case, passive is usually a little bit better.
Passivity, well, it's not so much just passivity, it's targeted aggression is one of the most important things. You're not going to just blindly aggress into someone for no reason. You are going to hold, is it safe to go in? Is it not safe to go in?
Yeah.
And then time that specifically. reckless aggression. I know some people say, "Oh, these games are so passive." I don't think these games are particularly passive. I think it's just it encourages smart play. So yeah, it's going to be a
Yeah,
difficult one.
there are some like we saw passivity with who was it? Who was fairly passive? I mean, they played well, but it was like that was the way to play to
Hmm.
win that match where they had the two coded swords. I forgot who it
Well,
was.
I think it wasn't hardly Yuzu.
Uh,
I can't remember which it was. Either way, we're just waiting on one of our players. In just a moment as we're waiting for something. But Dante, do you have any last any more further thoughts on that last round? Out of
I think
curiosity.
Miasma needs to play slow. It looks like Yuzu said, "Hey, I'm out damaging them. I'm just gonna sort of spam in their face, and we're gonna do these trades. I don't care about Storm Stomp because I'm doing more damage." And that's what he does. He's striking first. He's striking often, and Miasma maybe hasn't caught on yet that that's happening, and they are just losing a little bit. Like, because you lose a little bit means you lose the whole way, right? Like that's it. You if you're dead, you're dead. You don't win. So that's sort of all you need. And I'm wondering if he's going to play a little bit slower. I think he needs to really choose his attacks a little bit better here instead of getting caught up in sort of the fact that his Ash of War can sort of tank things and stuff like that. Because it's the last two matches, it did not help him.
Mm-hmm. That is for sure. That is for sure. Again, what we're looking at here now is like we're looking at the last legs of this tourney. We're in the top, with including the losers bracket. We're in the top 8 now.
Yeah,
Like
and
it's
Space Ranger has
oh
defeated
has
Steel Dash.
not Steel versus Steel. I am
Nah, it was
bitterly disappointed.
it
What
was
on earth?
literally like one fight away, man. It was like one fight away. We almost had it.
Oh,
Steel
so
squared
close.
almost happened, guys.
I'm bitterly
Ultra Steel.
disappointed. Bitterly, bitterly disappointed. But you know what? Fair play to Space Ranger for pulling through in that round. Steel Dash have had the pleasure. I believe the first time I met him was in one of these fight clubs. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have. This is round 5, right? This is the last
Yeah,
one.
this is the last one.
Okay, let
Can't
me get
wait
my
for a
heart
disconnect.
medication. Let me get
Anyways,
my heart medication for this one. So, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Ale. And there we have it. The bomb will go out, ladies and gentlemen, as both players are going to go for their respective buffs here.
now
We see the
he's
exact
half
same
coded
setups.
again. I
Half
don't
coded, half what seems
I
to be
don't
the
know.
aristocrat sword, I believe is the name of it. As the running attack,
636 damage.
400
549.
damage. That is mental
This is
amounts
what
of
I'm talking
damage. My
about where
God.
Miasma has to play slow because he's getting out damaged badly.
He's going to have to play really careful on this one, but the Storm Stomp is going to come out as he is going to force the roll there from Yuzu on the running or 2, but
Ooh,
clipped in the
nice.
air, not respecting it as Miasma now is in a spot of bother as he
Oh,
is
that range.
clipped once again.
Nice
Are we going to
jumping
see
attack.
500 damage? Out comes the Storm Stomp, no value from it though. Oh my God, this is not looking good as we are seeing the bubble be popped as the jumping
Bubble bobble.
attack unfortunately does
Oh,
not whiff,
what?
manages to roll it.
I don't even understand.
Oh my
Nice
God,
jumping
again
attack.
Yuzu is
What a
knocked out.
jumping attack. Wow. He came back from a deficit with that perfectly timed jumping attack. You gotta hand it to him. You
Yuzu
gotta hand it to him.
knocked
Miasma.
out.
Woo.
Oh,
Wow. And that doesn't mean Space Ranger is out, by the way. Or I'm sorry, Yuzu. That doesn't mean
Yuzu
Yuzu is out.
is going to be fighting Stilovsky in the next set. And then we will be down to see these next matches. Although it looks like we have Gene Pool and Miasma next in the main bracket. And then it's going to be whoever wins them between Stilovsky and Yuzu in the losers finals. And I believe the Yuzu Steel match should be on really low lat, which should be interesting.
Oh, where are they from?
I believe Yuzu is German, if I recall correctly, and Steel is Polish. So they
Ah,
should be on
okay.
incredibly low latency for that fight.
And in case you guys didn't know, miasma is a real word, and I had to look up exactly what it means. Miasma means a highly unpleasant or unhealthy smell or vapor. So I do
Yep.
want to point that out. Um,
Was also, if I recall correctly, attached to the idea of the humors, the quality of one's blood, and how that would affect it, and how the
oh,
miasma may affect it as well. I think it kind of all
okay.
plays into that. There's your little factoid. Congratulations.
Yes.
You
So
now
that
have
was
even
very close. I mean, that was literally a last hit, round 5, fight 5 situation.
so
That
close.
I mean, that was like as almost as close as you get. Now, what I found interesting was that the first 2 fights weren't really that close. Miasma sort of ran away with the first 2 fights, and then Yuzu sort of ran away with the second 2, and then the third one was very close. So that was you don't see that often. It does not usually play out that way, and I like when things happen like that. People actually learn from the previous fights, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and again, like learn like I'll be interested to see now how this next round goes because again now we've gotten all the way through the winners bracket. We kind of know we've seen all of these players, seen them play, funnily enough. We kind of have a fair idea of as to how they're situated. In this matchup, Dante, in this
Yes.
matchup,
Which one
who
are we
do you
talking
see
about?
pulling through the Miasma versus Gene Pool? Do you think we'll see double Uggs again?
No,
You don't think so? Huh.
no, no, because now we're getting into the point where it's like I don't care how honorable I am. I want $200. Um, no, there's no way.
I
I don't.
guarantee.
It's possible we see Gene Pool using Uggs. That's possible. I'm not
Mm.
sure. That's so that would be. I mean, what's in that matchup with these rules? Who do you think has the advantage?
If we
The
see
the
Uggs
the colossal
versus
versus
yeah,
the straight swords.
ah, the no, well, we won't be see we'll most likely not see the straight sword. We'll see the great thrusting because that's what he's used all the way through so far. Storm Stomp is going to be really useful because I'm not sure. I don't. It doesn't poise break. I think it gives you like 300 poise. Someone was saying in chat earlier, which I
Yeah,
appreciate for
yeah,
that. And more facts. Write them down before you forget them. So Storm Stomp is going to be useful against that because it's able to shut down the aggression,
yeah,
assuming that's what he goes for.
yeah,
And likewise, Gene Pool, while he does have frame advantages, he has to be really careful with his aggression. So that, or he has to aggress in such a way that he's baiting out the Storm Stomp, which means he doesn't have that freedom to just go absolute ham unless he's going to go for something cheeky like a backstab.
yeah.
So that could be fairly
Which
interesting.
we've seen one backstab attempt and it worked, but apparently most people tell me that it's worthless in this game, and
You
I'm
know what?
more than likely inclined to agree with them as I've played and seen it. But there are cases where even just threatening it is enough instead of even going for it. Just threatening it can work, which is a tech that was used in Dark Souls 3. If a lot of people don't know, you go behind someone, you threaten the backstab. You don't go for an
Yep.
R1 backstab. You go for the R2 roll catch because you know they're gonna roll, right?
Yep.
So it's kind of those are the mind games I like, and in this, so that's what I like about that is. Even though we haven't seen anyone do it, it's kind of interesting that it is an option out there for certain situations.
And again, it should be pretty interesting as well because what you're looking at there is like both of these setups are able to stagger each other, no problemo, right? That's like no issue. You just stagger. The great thrusting
But which
sword, I
one's
believe.
better after the stagger? That's the question. So after you get the stagger and you have the advantage of dictating the match, which one is the harder one to sort of get away from the
I
aggression
would
afterwards?
imagine with Storm Stomp that on a stagger that the Uggs player has to roll out. I'm not sure they can stay in. Don't quote me on that. I am spitballing. I am
Yeah,
making a
yeah.
whole host of assumptions because it's been a hot minute since I've looked at the frame data for either. But yeah, someone is saying they're not DS3 backstabs. That is correct. You cannot use them as a playstyle in this game. Backstabs are oddly situational and used for one thing, which is punishing for someone over aggressing with a setup that they otherwise ought not to.
Yeah,
With yeah,
that's what I've mostly seen it. Like
mm.
certain spells or Ash of War that you're sort of stuck and you're like you read it right. You
People don't
just get them.
expect it though. is the added benefit though, Dante. Keep that in mind.
Well, that is also one thing I
Hmm.
always like to play on too when I'm playing. Like,
Yeah.
well, no one goes for backstabs, therefore I don't care if you go for it. Therefore, I'm gonna go for it because you don't care and I'm gonna get it, you know? Uh that's what I do because people will stay stationary and not do certain things. And because they don't think it's gonna happen. Just like with spam. They're like, well, he's not gonna spam me down, right? Because that's a noob thing. Like,
Hmm.
well, wait a second. No, you do things that are less optimal in weird ways to confuse
Yep.
the opponent and try to make things different. Because again, and you see it, and I talk about it all the time. Like gimmicks can work once or twice, right? But then after a while, the gimmick is like sort of dead. But if your sort of gimmick is playing in a way that you cannot read it at all, you're just weird, and you're like, because it happens to me. If I go against someone who's just weird playing strange, I'm like, man, I don't know what to do here. I have no idea what they're gonna do. That's much more difficult match, and that's a thing people should
Yeah.
always try to utilize is don't be predictable. Do things. I mean, obviously there are certain things that are so strong, it almost doesn't matter. The Uggs poke and that sort of chasing down seems very strong. Where it's almost like just a timing thing, if anything. But other than certain instances, most of the time playing unpredictable is better.
Playing unpredictable is ultimately what you should strive towards and be effective while doing it. To not
Yeah.
get stuck in patterns and stuff like that, and
Yep.
to
I mean, you can't just do the same. Well, not the same, but you can't just be weird for weird's sake, right? You have to do
well,
something that could be effective in some way.
the next step onto that then is conditioning your opponent to react a certain way because they think it's a
Yeah.
pattern when in fact now you're playing a
Yes, I
mind. This
love
is
it.
where mind games come in.
I
It's like, oh,
love it.
I'm
My
going to do
favorite.
this after each time, and then the third time I change it up, or the fourth time, or however many times. Get them stuck that that they think there's a pattern, and then you
Yep.
just go absolute ham on them. It
Yep.
can be incredible. It's incredibly useful, and honest to goodness, it's a handy thing to have in your
Yeah.
back pocket. Honest to goodness.
Yeah. One of my
But yeah.
favorite things was I did this with spells in Dark Souls 3, and I've sort of utilized it in this game a little bit, not as much yet anyway. Is that I would put on, well, in Dark Souls 3 or Talisman, whatever, Ring Talisman,
Hmm.
that would make you cast faster, slower. I would put that on and take that off on certain spells to trick my opponent's timing for said spell. So they couldn't get the timings exactly right. So it's like maybe I'd throw out a couple stupid spells that were slower cast, and then put
Hmm.
the ring on, and then be like, all right, this is the one that I really want to hit,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna set up this. And then they're like, oh crap, that why was that faster? Like what happened?
Yeah.
I was not expecting that. Like there's so many different things you could do. Now that is really hard to do, especially in a match that you're being rushed down, obviously.
Yeah.
But if you could do certain things like that and just be a little tricky here or there, you get that little bit of edge, a little bit of advantage. And I don't know, that whole mind games thing is literally why I love playing these types of games. I love it.
What's the old saying on it, Dante? It's like play smarter, not harder. Like that's like the epitome of what it is. That's what you're striving towards. That all of the other stuff is so mundane, you have time you have time in your head to think about the things that
Yeah.
actually matter, which is okay, what is his patterns?
Yeah.
Can I punish it? How can I set in conditioning so that he does that? And then offset it then over and over again. And it's like that's for me too. That's probably one of the best parts of these games. It can be absolutely incredible, like the feeling of accomplishment of yeah. The
Yeah.
spacing is just spacing. Like
Yeah.
the movement is just movement. The timings are just the timings. But on this matchup, I know it inside out so well. I know what they're going to do. But the winners bracket finals is about to commence, ladies and gentlemen, between Gene Pool of Miasma. The loser will, of course, go down into the losers bracket to fight whoever manages to get through that.
Yeah. It's
Dante, are
either
you ready?
Space Ranger against
Either
either Yuzu
Yuzu
or
or
Steelowski.
Steel. Be curious as to how that one comes out. But Dante, would you be ever so kind as to give us the countdown?
Winners finals, best of 5. Gene Pool
Best
on
of
the far
five.
side, close to us. Miasma,
Mhm.
3, 2, 1, live.
Explosions. Let's go. Burn it all. And there we have both of our contestants are going to go for their buffs. as we see what seems to be Miasma using
Oh,
their
oh,
tried and true.
okay.
Out comes the Golden Land. Doesn't
I
manage to
love
get
it.
anything. A little bit of
Wow.
chip. 400 damage chip.
That's significant. That was a
That's
lot.
not to be sneezed at. Goes to the trade, almost gets clipped. However, he's able to run off, manages to use this to get his aggression off.
That
Nearly
damage.
600 damage with that jumping. Or two, I believe, as he's going to come out. He's going to pressure him,
Punish.
punish the flask. Out comes the Storm Stomp, doesn't manage to land it.
Oh,
Little bit of a skip there, not quite sure what's going
might be
on.
on
That
our
looks like
side, I think.
ooh, 405 damage, and there we have it. Both players are going to do. He's hit with 405 damage again. I'm not sure that's what he intended to do.
That's what he intended to do. There you
I
go.
see. What?
Yeah, that was. I
That was
don't
a.
know what that was. That a cross? What was that? I don't even know
I
what that was.
don't know what that was either. That was
Uh,
a little bit of a desync, my friend.
that was weird. Yeah, I don't. Did he throw those knives, or was that a?
The knives were thrown.
Okay.
But
That
the
did look weird.
animation was that on what?
I
What?
want to say that was on our end, but we'll see what the players say.
I
'Cause that
know
was
that
a little
there.
weird.
I know on certain spells. I know on certain spells you do have the ability to desynchronize it. I'm not sure since the last patch, so I can't really tell if it's still a thing. I assume so. So that's kind of shocking, though, that he managed to. If it
That was
was
Miasma
intentional,
winning, correct?
that was Miasma winning. Yes, it
Okay.
was indeed.
I will say he played very smart with sort of staying close enough so that Gene Pool couldn't get that Ash of War off. And even you could see it even in this match, even though he was able to roll out of one of them,
Mhm.
it was still a very dangerous spot, and Miasma
Yeah.
had to be pretty perfect in order to not get hit there. So it's still very good, like actually surprisingly good that you don't see more people use it, because I'm not seeing a lot of punishes with it right now, because
And
he did the Ash of War and hit him with the sword in front of him.
yeah,
Before.
and again, yeah, it was it was a very close one. He came in to get the punish, and ultimately, I think that was maybe a bad mood. I don't know, was that a read that he was expecting something else when it was just the reason why
Uh,
he came in there,
I don't know.
or
I think
he'd
it's a
already
strong Ash of
committed?
War. I think it's surprising, actually. I'm surprised more people we haven't seen that a little bit more.
I think it's weapon dependent as well. And there we have both of our players are being summoned in now, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Golden Land is really handy. Storm Stomp is just so useful, like universally. Even if you don't get the damage out of it, the ability to have that like get away from me, please.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
Yeah, right.
We'll have no more of that nonsense. So yeah, it should be pretty interesting. And looking at the losers finals, here we seem to have Space Ranger versus Yuzu. So that's gonna be that's gonna be the fight that's going on
Oh,
there.
Yuzu
Yuzu
got it.
bets Steel of Sky.
I mean,
Sorry,
Yuzu's been playing really
Stilovsky.
well.
Those codeds were nasty, is what they were. But, ladies and gentlemen, do we have both players in? We
Yeah,
do.
they are in.
Dante, at your leisure, do the countdown.
3, 2, 1, live.
And there we have it. We have the explosions doing a little bit of an exploding, as both players are going to go for the buff. Black Flame Protection on the side of
Oh,
Gene. That's a reset. That's an
yeah, that nothing
easy
happened there.
reset.
Yeah. Well, again, at least it happened in the beginning. So it's I mean,
Yeah,
it's funny because technically in the rules that is supposed to be a loss,
well,
technically, but
it is ultimately at Teal's discretion, unfortunately.
yeah.
But yeah,
But no, that especially since it's the finals and no hits happen, that's
you
I think
know,
even the players are fine with that just going on.
I would imagine both of their players both players involved would be more
Yeah.
than content to reset that one. And for a match of this magnitude, considering there
Yep.
is, what is it, 350? So $200 for first,
Yep.
100 for second, and 50 for third. I think in these matches, erring on the side of leniency sometimes,
No, you
not
don't
all the
think you should
time.
take the Dubsky?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I've
Uh,
already taken it and run. Okay, you won't see me for the next 6 years. All right,
oh, damn.
disappearing.
Yeah, I don't know. I like if this was like serious, like let's say this was like $200,000, I would be calling my lawyers. I'd be like, no, that was in the rules. You know what I mean? Like
You
if
did.
this was life-changing money, I'd be like, no, I don't care what anybody. I'll be the scumbag. I don't care. I want the victory. That's it. But
Actually,
I think
man.
these people might be a little bit more honorable.
And these people know
So,
what they're doing as well. And again, I think giving them like ultimately at the end of the day, the DCs of the DCs hopefully will find a way to mitigate these things in the future for our wonderful friends at ERPVP and to make sure that these tournaments run as smoothly as is humanly possible. And you know what? We've been pretty lucky all the way through the midsection of these tourneys. So, and speaking of which, Stilovsky, hello, welcome in, party people.
yeah, we got a raid, and unfortunately, Stilovsky got losers round 4, lost against Yuzu. Was that close?
I'd be
Eh,
curious as to see how that match went. Honest to
yeah,
goodness,
very
like
very curious to see how'd that go. Did Yuzu win like 2 in a row, or was Ultra close? Okay, that's cool.
oh, nice. I'm delighted to hear. And again, it was good to see you. And thanks again for the raid, my friend. And we are just waiting here for our contestant to get in. They may be doing a little bit of a reset. So hopefully, we'll be
That's
able
cool.
to get this
That
round.
was one of those like your heart started going. Did your heart start going in that match? Because
Oh, they all. I've any of the tournaments I've been in. I remember there was a meme tourney that was held in Smoldering Lake in Dark Souls 3, and it was one of the closest matches I've ever played in. And the sweat, there was literal sweat.
sweat. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I've been in tons of tournaments, and I can only really remember one time where I was using a terrible weapon, and I was going against at that time one of the best players, and I was about to beat them, and my heart started going because I
Yeah,
should not have won. All right,
not as much
let's move
as
on.
the we
Let's
can
move on.
we can reminisce. We'll reminisce in a
Uh,
moment, my friend. But here we have both of our players are in round two. Well, round two of this, the winners finals on a
yes.
3, on a 2, on a 1. Ale.
All right, cross your fingers, no disconnects. Thank
Don't
you.
even
Okay, here we go.
say the words. Don't even
I'm
say the
sorry, the D
words.
word.
As here we have it, we have a faith build here on the side of Gene Pool, and of course, Miasma is going to stay on his trusty, seems to be the needle, if I'm unmistaken, there on the Stitcher's needle, as he is going to come and
Oh,
catch Flame into Uggs. 800 damage in a 2-hit combo there. That's an
so
interesting one.
if you one hand with the colossal sword, how's that poise damage?
The poise damage, I believe it's going to stagger one way or the other as the Storm Stomp comes out. However, he's not going to get anything out of it. However, he does manage to whiff the running R2. The poise, I believe it poise breaks irrespective. There might be some edge cases where it doesn't.
Okay.
Slings Vi,
Oh, that
400
was a
damage from that
fast running
running
attack.
attack. Out comes Golden Land. No, it doesn't. It was Endure. Out it comes again. Almost gets hit again with that. However,
It's very
it's, yeah.
close.
This is going to be a nail biter, ladies and gentlemen.
When he
As
gets him.
Miasma's hit and put away. Oh,
All right, 1-1. Okay.
one
He he
one. We're
he
gonna. Are we?
completely changed up his play too. Like it was like it was a different fighter.
Well,
The way
again, the
he played.
download. The download is
Yeah, I
super
mean,
important here.
I gotta say that was impressive the way he completely changed it. It was kind of weird though. I thought initially going for the spells, and then sort of just being like, I don't want to do that. Let me just do
Mhm.
freaking colossal. Now I've always wondered, and I always thought that offhand whatever spell casting ability plus colossal sword. I always thought that would be one of the top builds, but I don't see that often. I'm curious as
It's
to why or why not or
the with the rule set as it is. It's gonna make a huge amount of difference. Again, like at the end of the day, like something that's optimal out in the wild or in a very specific rule set might not be optimal here, which is the important thing to recognize. So, the rule set will determine what is and is not used to a high degree. And of course, people find discoveries all of the time. What was yesterday's meta even in the old rule set, people keep discovering new and interesting things. Like the
Well, there's
Mo,
so much. There's
exactly.
so much in this game, which is initially it's a little daunting, to be honest,
Yes.
because initially you want to get good with something, right? You want to
Yeah.
hone your skills, but then you're like, man, but there's so many options. What if this thing is good and I'm just not using it? And what that's what's cool about this is that you are always going to see something new, something that might be meta defining or breaking. So
And speaking of which, meta defining. What will be meta defining about this fight? I'm going to be curious, ladies and gentlemen. On a 3, on a 2, on a 1. Ale. Now comes the explosions. Away we go. All right, we have dual curved
oh, what the
swords.
flipping?
What? Out comes
We're seeing
Golden Land here,
complete changes.
and he's setting up here. This is interesting. I did not expect to see this in like a winners
Oh,
finals.
oh, I don't know how
Oh,
that works. Oh
was
my.
nasty.
Oh,
1,500
oh.
damage. That's 1,000 damage. He's not going to be able
Is
to
that for
out trade that.
bleed? He's doing that for bleed?
I don't think so. It seems to be magic or frost. That's how it looks to me. I'm
Oh,
really
he's
not
he's changing
sure.
talismans right now. It's gonna be tough to come back from this because once you chase down with these homing things, it's very
Yeah,
difficult to get away.
he manages to get away with that there. However, he is able to get, I believe he got his physic off there. Out comes,
Oh,
there
oh, my
is.
man.
Dante's excited.
Oh,
And the
well,
roll.
how is he alive? How is he
Roll
alive?
catch. He's not
Oh
alive for
my
very much
goodness,
longer as we
man.
have
So that's Gene Pool,
2-1
right?
to
Gene
Gene
Pool
Pool. Yeah,
2-1.
2-1
Now,
to Gene
okay,
Pool.
that was a perfect example of just doing slightly off stuff, right?
Hmm.
Like he did just a couple things that were not the same things he did, and he won with it, right? So he
Yep.
had the spells when he was close by instead of using the colossal sword, which is a little bit faster, and
Hmm.
then he used the colossal sword to finish off with the roll catch. But then he tried to use the fireball to catch him before then, and then he used that ash of war before
Yeah.
that, and he chased him down. So just that little bit of difference, especially with people who are not used to that type of play, is like astronomically huge. Like that, I guarantee you that made him win because Miasma was not expecting any of that.
And again,
So
there's an awful lot on the line here. So these subtle mistakes and subtle changes that people are trying to make to throw the other people off. So it boils into those mind games and the psychology. It's like, okay, he has this more or less downloaded. I got lucky on that last round. Let's change it up and see what happens. But
yeah,
unfortunately, either too predictable or just really unlucky and getting bad reads. It's really hard to say. Like again, Uggs is particularly nasty, even with the restrictive rule set that it has. But Curved Sabers, they're very low range. Is he going? He can't out trade, really, because he doesn't have the
yeah. I don't.
range to be in a position to
What's
trade.
is the deal to try to put him in a blender? I mean, he's gonna. I don't know. That's kind of weird because it doesn't always poise break, right?
So Storm Stomp is going to be useful. So what I would do in that situation, and again, I'm not the best player. Please, if I am acting unoptimally, please forgive
Just
me,
say you're the
tryhard
best, and
God.
this is
You
what you
know,
do.
I am on truly impeccable skill. We'll get back to that after this though, because we do have
Well, let's see if he
both of our
sticks with
players
it.
in.
It looks like he's going to.
Mad lad. All right. And a
I
3
don't
and a
know.
2 and a 1 in this, the winners finals. Ale. And there
I'm
we have it,
very
ladies and gentlemen.
curious. I'm very curious what he's
So am
gonna do now
I.
with these.
Both of these builds are so interesting though. Like if you look at Gene Pool here, he has like the catch flame on the Uggs. He has the Holy Land. Like such a strange get up. I'm still not quite sure what to make of it. Out comes 300 damage then in the trade,
Oh,
the catch flame trade.
oh, there we go.
That
That's
explains it. Land
damage.
the
That is damage.
out
I think
comes
he
the
popped his tears,
tears.
right?
And he gets the pseudo out of
Oh,
it. However,
space
both of their
that.
tears have been popped. Manages to clip him going in there. Is he going to land the Storm Stomp?
Nice
Manages to
spacing.
punish the Storm Stomp,
Oh,
and he clips him in the air.
the fly swat, ladies and
And
gentlemen.
is that it?
That's it for the
Is
finals.
that
I mean,
all she wrote for the winners
Gene Pool
finals?
did it. And Gene Pool was in a deficit too, because Miasma was doing incredible damage initially. And Gene Pool pulled it out. I mean, Gene Pool's spacing
Oh,
on on that storm stomp was impeccable. He spaced and hit him right
Really
through it.
solidly done
Punished him.
there. Really solidly done there. Like some of the spacing on display here, like number one, the ability to adapt to whatever the setup was coming, to like take that amount of damage as well, and also
Yeah.
hold your composure and not just panic, flat out panic.
Yeah,
Like that was an incredibly good and
that
close
was.
match, ladies and gentlemen. And again, GG's for Gene Pool for winning. That was really, really an incredibly close fight. And I have to say, like, I'm heartbroken to have to see
Well,
Miasma go into the
Miasma's not
losers,
out.
but
He's
yeah,
not. I mean,
there
he's
is
still here.
that.
He can make
And
a run back and go back to it because now, especially, he knows how he plays, right? So
mhm.
this could be really interesting. I will say for Gene Pool, that was very impressive right at the end there. The spacing, the timing, and not because in that moment, I think most people want to rush. They're like, "Oh man, I want to rush this guy because they're down, one hit or whatever, two hits," and he didn't do that. He made sure he had the spacing because he knew that Storm Stomp was a thing.
Yeah, and
And
again, Storm Stomp is so risky because like it's when I say something like it's very strong as like a get off me button, the entire flow of the fight now is working around
yeah,
Storm Stomp. You have to they dictate the flow of the fight. If they want to play aggressive, you kind of have to cede that ground to them. You can't really counter pressure them effectively unless they're in recovery frames. Otherwise, they're just going to get that little stomp down and stir all kinds of trouble with it. But we'll see what happens now. Moving on, the
yeah, we
losers
are
finals.
getting word that I think Yuzu is down 0-1 in losers
Damn,
finals.
it's going to
I
be
guess
close.
there's a losers finals final. There's losers round 6 is technically the losers finals, which is
Interesting.
weird. The challenge
I'm
has it kind of strange. Um,
We will figure out what's going on there in just a moment, but we are
yeah,
going to have a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. The finals in the $350 tournament, where our players are going to be playing for $200 on first, 100 for second, and 50 on third. Catch us in just a few minutes.
and
Stick
we are
around.
coming back to the losers, right? The losers
Where
three
I
finals, whatever you
believe
want to call it.
so. We have to
Uh,
figure out what exactly that match is, but we'll
yeah,
get
I
there.
think it's Miasma versus either Space Ranger or Yuzu. We should be coming back with, and that'll be a best 3 out of 5, I believe. And then the winner of that will go against Gene Pool in the finals. And then if Gene Pool loses, because it's double elimination, the they play again. So it could be
Yeah,
best 3 out of 5, best 3 out of 5 again.
yeah.
So
Gonna be an
we'll
interesting
see.
one,
We'll
but
see if they can make that run back.
we will catch you after the break, ladies and gents. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this? The grand finals. We have the losers finals between Miasma and Space Ranger to come. The fight for third place. And of course, whoever wins that will go on to fight Gene Pool to be in with a chance of winning $200. I am joined, of course, by my wonderful co-host, Dante. Where are you?
Live! We
There
are
he is.
live, ladies and gentlemen,
There he is. I
again
was
for
wondering
the
where you got into.
finals. This is exciting. I am excited. Let's do it.
Are you excited, Dante?
Just a little bit.
You seem excited. So on this Miasma versus Space Ranger, I don't believe they've fought yet this tourney. So I'm going to be super excited to see how this next one is going to
That's true.
go.
Yeah, this is a brand new matchup, so that's cool.
And from
Yeah.
either side of the bracket as well. So again,
Yeah, Gene Pool has
uncharted
fought both
territory
of them.
and
So it's
come out on top. So this could be a
uh,
redemption arc,
it could
or
be.
maybe showing what he has. And so either way, either of these players are in with the chance of winning. I believe it's 50 buckaroos for third place. One of them will
True.
come through with this, and the other two are definitely guaranteed a $100 for at least second place. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The call to violence is now,
Yes.
as we have the first major regional EU, Russia, and Middle East tourney. Grand finals of the losers bracket. On a 3, on a 2, and a 1. Ale.
Let's do it.
And there we
I'm
have it.
excited to see if they're going to change up anything based on this is a brand new matchup.
It seems both of them are going on, I believe. Oh no, one of them is on Uggs and the other one is going to be on. Oops.
Oh,
Manages
oh,
to land it. However, he rolls out just in time. This is
oh my God, that
brutal.
damage. He got hit with
Absolutely
like 3
brutal.
of them or something, and that did like 700.
700 damage. That was an incredible amount of damage right off the bat here. If I was in Space Ranger's place, I would be very
Oh, the
concerned
punish
right now, as he is punished for his flask.
and
Is
the
he
punch.
the punch in his offhand?
Uh,
Oh dear. As he's hit again for 400 damage.
a storm
Miasma
stomp.
is not playing around as the Storm Stomp comes out. We see a little bit of skipping around here, but I'm not sure if everything is okay on their end, as both players are now back in neutral. And neutral
It's
that is
pretty
doubtless
close.
not going to last, as
I
out
like
comes
that throw.
the gravity fan here, as both players are trying to find that opening. This is too close. This is gonna be down to the wire as
Oh,
he's
jump.
clipped and sent off. Out comes the golden land
Oh man.
as
He
he's using
set it
that for the
up and
punch,
it's
and it's
over.
away.
Wow. That was like the perfect storm of what he needed for that win. What an ending. I mean, that just shows you, though, how difficult it is to get out of that.
If you get hit by one thing, you are in for a world of hurt, ladies and gentlemen. And as like we've gotten all the way through the losers, we've had all of these players play really well up until now, and now we're 1-0 to Space Ranger in this a best of 5. Again, win or
Yeah.
lose, you're guaranteed $50 out of this, one way or the
Yep.
other. But that 200 must be calling, because Space
Yeah.
Ranger really threw that one out there.
I mean, it was again, Miasma was winning, and Miasma had the right idea, sort of. Let
Yeah.
me get ahead. Let me do the damage quickly because they have the speed.
Yeah.
Aside from the obviously crouch poke, but they have the speed advantage,
Mhm.
and then they got hit by like 3 or 4 of those whatever little mimbly pimbly things, whatever you want to call them, and that did 700 damage, and they were still ahead by a lot. And then one mistake, getting hit out of
One
the air,
mistake.
Ash of War, then those things clipped them, and man, that damage piled on quick.
Well, we'll
Super
see now
fast.
how Miasma is going to adapt to this. Hopefully, his confidence isn't shaken, because his confidence held him really far into that first round. But, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3, on a 2, on a 1, allez. There we go. The bomb goes out. It goes boom. And with that, the players are going to aggress.
Oh,
300
wow.
damage here. He is not taking any prisoners on that one as he goes for his flask. However, he is going to be in the corner. However, he manages to get out of it.
1,000
And there
damage.
you have it. There is, I'm not quite sure what he's
Oh, I don't know
using.
what
Oh,
wins. Oh, it
600
looks like.
damage on that one.
Oh my God! What the heck?
Miasma is
In
in a
trouble.
spot of bother on this one, I think. However, he's not out of the woods yet, as a couple more of those, and he's
Oh, he
going to be in the
missed.
world of hurt. That miss could have cost him
That's bad,
hugely.
man. That was maybe the only way they could come back in. That's really bad.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
not.
they are in so much
It's
trouble,
not
man.
over yet. As
Nice.
he
Are you
actually did it.
Are you kidding me? I don't even understand that. That's one of the best comeback wins I've ever seen. That's one of the best comeback strike wins I've ever seen. I thought they were gonna get hit by the blue whatever spell things. They jump, they plunge down, they do a Vlad the Impaler on Space Ranger's body, spike him down through his whole body, get the victory. Incredible.
I'm I'm just lost for words. I think can someone get
To
me my heart
jump,
medication,
to
please? Because
jump
what on
at
earth?
that moment. I don't even know. I wouldn't have done it because I thought I was gonna die by any of those hits.
You know what? The clutch. The clutch.
I mean, yeah, that was
And it's not their first time today, right?
no. This is their first time fighting together.
But haven't they clutched through a couple of other rounds earlier on?
Probably, probably. I mean, whew.
You know what? Just
Let's roll on. It's
call it
1-1.
on.
1-1. Miasma Space Ranger.
Counter down, please.
3, 2, 1. Live.
And there we go. The bomb comes out. And here we have it now. Going for that punish right
Oh.
off the bat. However, Miasma is also going to put it out there. However, he is going to be caught in his menu. He might be clipped for it with the whip. What an absolute legend.
I like
Taking
it.
out the whip there.
How did
Doesn't
that
manage
miss?
to hit that first one. Some weird things happen in the world of latency, my friend. Out it comes there, goes for it. Threatening these jumpings now because he knows
Yeah.
in his heart of hearts that Space Ranger is going to be
Did he?
perpetually terrified. Catches
Oh.
him there, 400 damage. He has to be careful with these ones as he comes out with the fan daggers there to try and get a little bit of damage out. As he goes again, Miasma is going to take this opportunity to take the flask.
Oh, I didn't know you could chain this. I thought they would go
Interesting.
away.
Almost punishes it. He could have gone for the backstab on that one if he's
range.
seen it, but manages to clip him all the same. As both players are
Nice shot, and he did it again. He did it again. How was that? That's counter damage, right? That's counter
It would
damage.
have to be, surely.
That's so much damage.
What was that? 700 damage there in that jumping
740.
R2?
740 right there in that plunge. That is ridiculous. And he wins
Jumps
again
the
with his time. I mean, that timing is spectacular because there's a very short window for that.
You have to. How much of that is a read and how much of that is just like is on
Jumping.
reaction? I'm not sure.
I think that was a read. I think that was because that's what you do with ultras or
for sure. And they have to be fairly like confident, given the latency, that that's actually going to do it. Has to be a read.
Man,
our judge team has stepped in to clarify that was a read. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, that was good because he did it the previous match to get that spectacular win, and then he does it again there because it's like you're fairly safe jumping because it would be either a trade and you know or you get the hit and man.
Yeah, it's a risky maneuver, and again, I can't remember, isn't it the for the hurt box when on your jumping, because I know it's not iframe, you don't get iframes during a jump. It's more of like your hitbox turns off, you just don't have any hitbox. So it's like you have to be fairly confident that that's going to happen. You have to be.
Yeah.
Because
well, so if you unlock and aim up with the crouch poke, does that give you more range against someone who jumps?
I'm not. Could you just repeat that question there? I just want to make sure.
So
I get the
when you
exact
crouch poke with the colossal sword and someone jumps, if you unlock and aim upwards,
oh yes,
do you get?
You can. Okay. Interesting. That is very interesting. So you could.
Because it looked like he was locked on there.
You could theoretically punish the read by also reading.
Yeah.
Mind games are
that's
never
what
ending.
I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to see how our contestants will adapt in this guaranteed third place, which is 50 buckaroos. But they have their eyes on the 200. Miasma versus Space. Miasma is, of course, in the far corner, Space in the near one. Ladies, oh, have I messed that up? I believe
That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Well, we will soon find out. We'll know as soon as we see their setup. So, ladies and gentlemen, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1, Ale.
Now Miasma is up 2-1 against Space Ranger right
That
now.
is correct. Yes. Is Miasma on this side? I will
Miasma's
correct myself.
closer to us.
And we're switching over to Coded. Going off Uggs must not be
Nice
confident. Going
jump.
600,
Bro, his
1,000
jumps are
damage,
so on
1,500
point.
damage. Goes for it,
I like the
tries to land the
spam.
R1 spam. Actually, a smart spam there just to keep the
Yeah.
pressure up. Out comes the dagger there to pop it. Goes 400 damage there, threatening with that jump. Not only does Miasma have to respect the jumping out of the coded here, but it seems that the poor guy in coded, our poor space ranger, is also going to have to be really wary of these jumps as well.
Yeah.
He's a little gun shy, Dante, just a
Yeah.
smidge.
It's oh, is this it?
And
That's
that's all
it.
she wrote. We'll have to see you later, Space Cowboy, on that one
Miasma
because
does it. Miasma is guaranteed at least $100, and Space Ranger has $50, placing third. Which is, by the way, no small feat, no bad feat. Like, don't feel bad about your performance. Incredible fights, actually. Miasma, I gotta give the credit to him though. The jumping timings were some of the best I've seen probably this
that
whole
was
tournament.
really solid showing. And again, the comeback king, it seems here. Oh, Dante, I'm
It's
gonna need
it's
a minute after that one.
it's crazy. I gotta again. Space Ranger didn't necessarily play bad or anything. He was read perfectly, which you can't. It's tough to play around if someone else. I mean, it could have went the other way too. Like if he was off by a split second, he would have been hit out of the air, right? And things could have been completely different. Or if the first match or the second match when he came back, if he didn't get the jumping attack, like things. I mean, we're talking a fraction of a second could have been different through the
So,
spacing and the timing. So it
and
really could have been that different because they were fairly close.
and now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking forward to the grand finals. It will be Miasma versus Gene Pool. Dante, you're gonna need to
I'm
be there for me,
excited.
buddy. You're gonna need
Yeah,
to be
they
there for me,
get
buddy.
to retry each other, and you know Gene Pool got the best of him as he is in the finals proper and not in the losers bracket. Now, in order to beat Gene Pool and take the 200 Buckaroos, he has to beat Gene Pool in two best of fives,
Two best of
and
fives.
so he has to win 6 different fights, Miasma, in order to take the $200. Gene Pool only has to win 3, but again, we've seen this matchup before, and it was really close before, and we've seen sort of trying to match your opponent and see if you can outplay them in certain aspects. Like it, it might really just come down to who makes a mistake. It might not even be who is necessarily has the better build, quote unquote. It's like who's gonna mess up and give the opening to the other person. It could be. It could be.
It's gonna be an interesting one as well because we've seen Gene Pool. Basically, it's the meme. It's like he might have found him on a torrent website because he was down. He had him downloaded in that last match. So it's going to be really interesting to see now how it goes in this next match because, like, hopefully Miasma is able to be the clutch king. We've all hyped him up to be, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, we're about to see. Let's do it.
Oh, Dante, give us the countdown.
All right, here we go for
myself.
the possible grand finals, the first match of the grand finals. 3, 2, 1, live.
And there it goes. The bomb is out, ladies and gentlemen. We, of course, have Miasma in the near corner and the wonderful Gene Pool in the far.
Now,
Both
what
of them.
sword is that?
We are looking at one of the Uggs. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I think I've seen other people use it, but it's the Malekith. Interesting. And now we have the Storm Stomp comes out there. He's going to be hit.
Nice
700,
run. Oh, he's
1100
getting the
damage.
stuns.
Almost gets the roll catch there, and the running R2 knocked out of the sky for 511 damage.
But that jumping was on point. He had that timing down. He knew it was coming.
He knew it was there, and that's... I'd be curious as to the reasoning here behind that setup. Out comes 400 damage, popping the tears. 400 damage, manages to get clipped by the golden landies, and he's roll cut and put away.
So
Never mind.
tough. It's so tough because if he doesn't roll, he's probably going to get hit by those things. And then if he does roll, he's going to get roll caught by the Colossal Sword. So it's so difficult. And that has crazy poise or hyper armor or whatever you want to call it. Like,
Oh
what breaks that
man,
out? Because he did a jumping attack right on his skull face, and he just
the
ate it and
golden.
was like, I don't care.
I have a strange feeling. I have a very strange feeling that the reason he's gone on Malekith's for that one was to condition his opponent about the range because he switched to Zwei. Unless
That
he's
would be
using
real
it,
big brain.
that would be how many Yomi levels deep are we
I
now?
mean,
That's the real
IQ
question.
2000.
We're gonna
you know.
need Ryonic to teach us the way of the Yomi to bring us up to speed on this one because my word, that would be the way to do it. There may be some other reason. I'm hearing some suggestions here.
Physical
Magic
split,
physical
maybe.
split. Barely shorter fifth thugs. Maybe.
I don't know. I'm not sure why. I mean, because that doesn't have the same Ash of War, correct?
It doesn't, but I'm curious what the Ash of War even is on that. I don't think I've ever seen it. It's
Yeah,
wholly
I'm not sure.
physical splits. Is interesting. That makes sense. He doesn't even need to change what it is, and he doesn't need to worry about the oh, words are hard right now. I'm still recovering after that last losers finals.
Yeah, I mean, you saw what happened there. How strong is that Ash of War lands? That's crazy. And you see it over and over and over, and we've not really seen anyone combat that in any meaningful way. We've seen people sort of get away from it, but we've not seen people punish it. It's not
I
been
think
punished.
I think the reason is it is very high hyper armor. You have to be careful about the very startup as well. You have to time it, and you also have to time your recovery frames as well to make sure you don't get hit by the startup or
It's
the
yeah,
finish. Exactly. You have
it's
two
tough,
things to
man.
worry about. So, and then you have to worry about that third bit, which is the follow up R2,
Yeah,
and then you have to worry about the
it's
projectiles
very
that come
good.
afterwards.
But the thing is, if the projectiles didn't do much damage, it'd be like, oh well, okay, I can just tank a couple hits. But it can do like 700 damage. We've seen it.
But ladies and
Crazy.
gentlemen, both of our players are in the arena. Let me prepare myself. Let me prepare myself for this one because this is the grand
Yeah,
finals.
possible for
Miasma
Gene
versus
Pool.
possible for Gene Pool. Grand finals. $100 for second place and $200 for the first place. Ladies and gents, on a 3 and a 2 and a 1. Ale. There we have it. The bomb is out. As both players are going to.
Nice,
Miasma's gonna
500
go for
damage.
the punish on that one. I think he's probably in the right for doing it. Almost sets up to get a punish on that
Oh,
first bit.
double drink. Man, how fast these players are at sort of reacting to
Yep.
chugging is impressive.
We'll
It is
see
so
it.
fast.
Yeah, it is incredibly. You have to be on the money because you're going to be very limited with the arena, and the arena is going to, of course,
Oh, out of the
punish
sky.
there for 400 damage.
Uh-oh.
Out comes Golden
This is
Land.
where things can get interesting. Can he chase
Very
him down?
interesting.
He goes for the
No,
hit.
he's hit with an
Jesus Christ.
absolute
1,300 damage on that.
a metric.
Nice
Ton of
jump.
damage. Oh, he's so close, and he's almost put away himself.
He
And
did
he's
it. Oh, he did it. He did it. How much life did he have left? He's got nothing. He
You
tried to
have
kill him
to
with
tell us
knives.
how much health you had left.
How much life? Where's the
Oh
life
my
on this guy?
God.
Can we see when he dies?
28
life.
HP.
Oh my goodness. What is that? 2 knives, maybe? 1 knife?
That's
How many?
a
is that?
knife if you land
That's
it
a knife?
square.
Oh my goodness. And he tried to do that too. After he got him with that second hit after the
Oh my
jump,
God.
he threw the knife, but it just didn't kill him. Oh boy.
Whew.
That was crazy because it was like Miasma was winning. Again, it seems like this happens a lot. He was winning by a lot. Then the Ash of War came out and 1,300 damage because he tried to punish
13.
the aggression, but then he got hit by the floating things. And oh man, if he would have hit him there, or if he would have not got hit by 1,300 damage, I think Miasma would have taken that one. It was like one sort of mistake, and that was it. That was done.
I don't want to be in Miasma's shoes right now because oh my god, the pressure. If he
Yeah.
loses this, it
He's
is
got to win 3 in a
all
row.
over. He has to win not only 3 in a row, he has to then
Yeah.
do it twice in the next bracket.
I gotta say, and this, I don't agree. Already we see that Miasma looks like he's gonna be using something else. I don't agree with that personally. Because I think he was doing well with the great thrusting sword.
He
He's doing
has the
very well.
recipe. He's just missing the special sauce to take this one away, I think. There has to be a play out of this. There has to be something he can do to adjust his play here.
I think
to not
it's
lose it.
a little bit more play rather than what he's using. And I think it's a mistake if he goes with something else, personally. Because
again,
he's doing
yeah.
well, and he's doing a lot of damage, and he has the range, and he's been doing the jump attacks well. But it was that Ash of War that put him down, essentially. That took him out.
And he just needs to mess up once with it as well. Because keep in mind, he had a huge life advantage up until he managed to land that gold to land the Golden Land. And it's like
he was
been
trying to punish him.
downhill from there. It's like, oh my lord, like Miasma. I wonder, can he do it? I'm hesitant. I think
he definitely has the skills and ability to win.
He has it there. I'm just curious if he can get the right reads. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be it. This could be the finals. Dante.
Let's do it. Let's see if Miasma can do it. Gene Pool is up 2-0, right?
2-0 on this one, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen.
2-0. So we'll see if Miasma can do it. Otherwise, Gene Pool is getting a clean, crisp, cool $200. So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Live.
Let's go. Out comes the bomb. Out the sabers.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't agree with it. I generally don't like when people switch up their stuff, because you're not as used to playing with it, even if it's just for one set.
It could be his main setup that he's foregoing for the sake of the tourney. People do that. This could very well be one of those comfort picks.
Wow, that was lucky. I don't know how
he is very lucky.
There.
With the running R1, out comes the Storm Stomp. He's traded for it. 400 damage here. He needs to be super careful. Goes the L1, doesn't go for the jumping. Has to be super careful. He's clipped. Here's his pop.
Oh no. He's down really low.
He has to. The Clutch Lord might manage to land it here. As he
might be out of stamina though.
Oh, he lands Storm Stomp. He lands it. 600 damage.
This is close. Well, this is like one hit each.
They're both one hit again, I think. Out comes Storm Stomp here to try and get a punish here on the roll. Not gonna happen though.
Oh, that range!
No, is he dead? And he's put away.
Oh man!
Gene Pool takes the win. Going home, ladies and gentlemen, with $200.
Gene Pool does it. I gotta say, I'm impressed with Miasma, though. I am impressed with Gene Pool. Obviously won, but Miasma, it wasn't like this was a destruction or he got destroyed or he didn't belong there, as a lot of times you often see in these finals. That's not what we saw. Even though the score is 3-0, Gene Pool winning, we didn't see Miasma get destroyed. There was not like Miasma could have won every one of those matches. It's just one little tiny mistake made him lose each one of them. It's kind of crazy that happened. That was pretty crazy.
You've done it again. The players can't keep getting away with this. You just can't keep getting away with this. Every time you have my heart going 90, lads. What is this?
You want the intense, like you want it to be where it's, oh, we have a finals 2-2, like who's gonna win? How close are they? That's what you want. You want all this excitement.
I don't want to even think about what was going through each of those players' rounds at the end of all of those. Like all of them were like one hit away,
Yeah,
each and every
everyone,
one of them, down to like the
everyone.
last smidgen. And it just boiled down to who was more patient. You know, we said it an awful lot, and I know in
Yeah,
Legacy Souls games, the games don't begin until you're on Red Tearstone Ring. It's the same here. It's like
that's funny. Yeah.
you gotta hold your composure right up until the end. But you know, Gene Poo was really able to pull it through. But whew,
I mean, literally, like on any other day, that could have been Miasma winning, right? Like that's how close it was. This what again,
so
and I want
close.
to stress that out. And you see it on most tournaments where it's usually like 3-1, and it's like not really that close. Maybe they got kind of lucky or something. This was extremely close, even though it says 3-0. Extremely close.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, one hit away
One hit
every
away
fight.
each and
Every
every
fight.
time. There was no if, buts, or maybes about it at any point. It was always that close. But you know that speaks to the integrity of the ladder. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you know, all of these matches were set up using people's positions in the on the ladder,
That's
and you
true.
know,
Yeah.
and it's come together to make a really solid bracket with some really solid matches all the way through. And
Yeah.
looking at
Gene Pool
chat,
was
yeah,
seed. He was the first seed. You're right. Yeah.
yeah, and he got his bye as a result, much to everyone's chagrin. But you know,
Be
he
better
earned
on
it
ladder
after
then,
last
guys.
running. Yeah,
What the heck?
just do better, forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind
Oh
of crazy.
man.
Yeah, that's really cool.
But I'm looking in
Wow.
chat here, and we're seeing an awful lot of sympathy. GG's, everyone. We're seeing
Hey, people
miasma,
loving
miasma.
miasma. Yeah, they're
The
loving them.
miasma love was out, but we can't. We have to. We cannot forget it. Just because we want to shout for the underdog
Yeah,
doesn't mean we get to take away from Gene Poo, because he
yeah.
did. Take your heart meds, Ed?
Yeah.
Never. I am no.
W-
It's too
We
late for that.
we cannot take away from Provocateur. Okay, guys. We
Yeah. Okay.
cannot take away from the man with the giant fireball
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
destruction. All right. Well, yeah, we get it. Gene Pool wins $200. We get
You
it. You know.
pyros doing nothing but sticking together. I see how it is. He
Uh,
uses one spell and suddenly Dante is just, oh, he's best player. Yeah,
You know what? Gene
sure.
Pool's lucky I'm not on PC right now. That's all I'm gonna
Yeah.
say. All right. That's what. No, honestly, Gene Pool played awesome. They played consistent throughout the
Yeah.
whole tournament. They let's see here. They 2-0'd Riptide. They 3-0'd Space Ranger. They 3-1 Miasma, and then they 3-0'd Miasma again. Again, really close. It kind of doesn't do Miasma
Yeah.
justice there, but still, I mean, throughout it was, winning clearly and cleanly. There wasn't anything weird. So you got to hand it to Gene Pool, and I congratulate him for being the tournament champion.
All right. And yeah, congratulations, Gene Pool, going home with a wonderful $200. And of course, not to be sneezed at though is the 100, sorry, that the wonderful Miasma, the crowd favorite here today, it seems, is going to go home with. And of course, Space Ranger. Yeah, we have Space Ranger taking home that 50
50, 50
squids.
buckaroonies.
Very nicely done to everyone now. Ladies
What
and
are we doing?
gentlemen.
Are you trying to leave everyone? Are
Well,
you
what I'm
sure you
gonna
don't want
do
to?
is,
You've only been up for like what, 2 hours? I don't know.
no,
What?
first of all, I think we have some people we need to thank. The unsung heroes of this tournament. The wonderful Mia Moore, Amir, thank you so much for all the work you've done with us today and all the way through these PC tournaments over the last while. We could not have done without you. All how pretty everything looks, how fancy it all is. You have that wonderful human being to thank for everyone. Thank you so much, Amir. And of course, lest we forget, we have, of course, Zonic, who has been doing tireless work in all of our tourneys. We'll be seeing again tomorrow, doing all the work, watching out for all of the players, making sure that they are happy with everything that's going on, keeping an eye on everything, making sure players are content and happy. And then, of course, behind the scenes, special thank you to Shiroi and KH Knight for all their tireless work as well, for making sure some of these overlays have looked amazing. Of course, Good Day back in the day has done an awful lot of the groundwork, but they cannot state it for how much they've helped us over the last week. Thank you. And for the people doing the bracket, the losers bracket behind the scenes, thank you very
Definitely.
much to LB and my beautiful co, stunning
Me?
even though he has filthy inclinations on pyro builds. Thank you
What?
so much to Dante. What the cluck?
What the?
Tell
We
us
have any
about
cluckers?
yourself.
We got any cluckers in the chat? Come on, we got anything? We got. I know the Haas House Lounge has dwindled as of late, but I hope we got some cluckers out
And
there. Either way,
Dante,
I really enjoyed this. I love casting. I love competition. I love the fact that people in the chat were nice and people were rooting for people
never.
and it wasn't
No.
toxic. Like you don't understand. Well, I mean maybe you do, but like people are awesome. People wanted to see these fights. And you guys also need to understand all the people behind the scenes doing the losers bracket and making sure everything is clean, crisp, clear. Amir, Zonic, KH Knight, and obviously, like I said, the losers bracket. Like all that stuff culminates into having a tournament with this many players, double elimination going this fast. We started at about 2 o'clock, well Eastern time, 2 o'clock, and this is only 4.5 hours later to have this end. That's really incredible that it worked out this way, and it's all thanks to everybody working together, coming together, and just being
Yep.
here on time and doing it right. And I can't. This is what we want. If we can do this every time,
Mm-hmm.
and I hope you guys enjoyed watching it. I mean, this is awesome. I mean,
Dante,
I love this. I love it.
I'm so happy this is my first time casting with you. I have to say it was an absolute pleasure. I'm looking forward to doing it again. But tell us, where can people find you, Dante?
Twitch.tv/Dante WTF. If you want to find me on Twitch, I will probably be streaming maybe later because I like doing some co-op invasion type of stuff. I want to see if people can beat bosses. I think that's fun. Now I play on PlayStation right now. Eventually I'll get PC, but right now I'm a PlayStation player. And you know, I don't know. I love competition. I love all this stuff. I can't say enough how well this worked out and how little problems we had. Luckily, the disconnects were kept at bay later on, which was nice.
We got there.
That's
We
a
got
really,
there. We got there.
it's a really annoying thing that PC has. It's crazy, but luckily it wasn't so bad where we had to make super controversial decisions and then things exploded, because that's happened to me in the past on some connection things. But things worked out very smoothly, and this is what I love about competition. This is what I love about casting, playing, whatever the case is. And you guys, if you guys keep supporting it, we're gonna keep doing more and more and more, and it's gonna be just better and better and cleaner and crisper and faster, and that's what I love. So
And ladies
it's
and
it's up
gentlemen,
to everyone to come together as a community and make it better.
we will see you all at the same time tomorrow for the NA tournament. Myself and the wonderful LB, you will be there hosting that with much the same staff as we have today. Chat, we are going to love you all and leave you all. Special thanks to the ERPVP crowd, mods, admins, helpers, all of you folks. We couldn't have done it without you. And we're going to head on our raid to the wonderful Commander Swede, another Legacy Souls player.
Swedish.
The Swedish. He's a Swede for the cabbage, don't you know, as opposed to the country, my friend. I'll have you know.
No, I know. I've rated him a couple times.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, mwah, take care all. Have a good one. We'll see you all
Chef's kiss.
tomorrow.
Live.